Chapter 841 Black Crow Refining Wing Beast. Aboard the flying boat, gazing at the Black Crow continent, obscured beneath layers of dark clouds ahead, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said to Yi-chan, "Yi-chan, the regions surrounding this continent are somewhat dangerous. Relatively speaking, passing through from the Black Crow continent is the safest route. However, even if it's relatively safe, navigating through this Black Crow continent can be quite troublesome." Feather Spirit Auntie, what kind of trouble can it be? Yi-chan inquired curiously. Yi-chan noticed that at this moment, many of the divine kings aboard the flying boat were getting restless, as if they were very familiar with this region. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable also noticed the expressions of those divine kings and said with a smile, "This Black Crow continent is home to a kind of flying ancient beast known as Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts. Once these flying ancient beasts detect a flying boat or a martial artist intruding into the Black Crow continent, they will attack in swarms. Furthermore, the stronger the intruding martial artist, the more numerous the Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts that will launch an attack. Only by slaying a sufficient number of Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts can one break free from their harassment. Otherwise, one will be relentlessly pursued and killed by the swarms of Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts until devoured. In addition, this Black Crow continent has always been a God-King training continent for our 10,000 Beasts domain. The Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts here are mostly of God-King level combat power, though a small portion possesses the combat power of an Earth Divine Venerable. Along the way here, our Immortal Divine Venerable, Heavenly Divine Venerable, and Earth Divine Venerable have all taken action. It's just that the God Kings have yet to make a move. Now that we've arrived at the Black Crow continent, I suppose the Divine Kings would also want to try their hands." As she said this, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's eyes sparkled while looking at Yi-chan. "Yi-chan, having not truly seen your combat power for over a year, this is a good opportunity. With so many of us here, it won't take too much time to eradicate the Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts. Let the God King realm take action. And by the way, I'll see how much your strength has increased." Hearing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's words, Yi-chan touched his head and nodded with a smile. "If Feather Spirit Auntie wants to see me take action, then I'll confront these Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts. I also want to see what's so special about the flying ancient beasts of the 10,000 Beasts domain." Seeing Yi-chan's relaxed demeanor, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable became even more curious about his true combat power. She laughed and said, "Back then, in the Undersea Divine Palace, you could go head-to-head with a true god while at the Heavenly Saint Realm level. I assume that even though you are a lower God King now, you should be strong enough to confront an upper God King and even a lower Earth God Sovereign. However, among these Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts, there are also some with the combat power of a Middle Earth God and even Upper Earth God Sovereign level ancient beasts. You must be careful if you encounter them." Feather Spirit Divine Venerable wasn't afraid of Yi-chan facing a life-threatening danger. With her here, these Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts definitely couldn't harm Yi-chan. She just wanted to witness Yi-chan's combat power, and if he truly faced danger, she would certainly intervene. "Feather Spirit Auntie, you can rest assured," Yi-chan said, winking at Feather Spirit Divine Venerable with a smile. Seeing Yi-chan's expression, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was momentarily stunned and murmured to herself, "Could it be that I have still underestimated Yi-chan's combat power?" With this thought, she smiled inwardly, her curiosity growing even stronger. Of course, she hoped that Yi-chan would become as powerful as possible. After nodding at Yi-chan full of anticipation, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's voice reached the entire flying boat. "Let the Divine Kings take charge of clearing the obstacles of the Black Crow continent." Upon hearing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's words, the more than 130 Divine Kings on the flying boat cheered with excitement. They had long wanted to showcase their skills in front of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Unfortunately, they hadn't had much of an opportunity to exert any strength along the way, but now they could finally demonstrate their prowess. "Feather Spirit Venerable, rest assured, We will definitely clear these black crow refining wing beasts very quickly. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the upper divine kings all stood up. Middle divine kings and a few lower divine kings also stood up, both excited and nervous. At this moment, the flying boat had completely flown into the territory of the Black Crow continent. And then, a series of piercing and sharp noises erupted from all around. Yi-chan saw that hordes of black flying beasts, each hundreds of feet long, seemed to have discovered the flying boat and swarmed towards it, clearly aiming to block the vessel's flight. These black flying beasts looked like bats, but they had 3 heads and 9 eyes, especially their wings, which flickered with black and red divine patterns, appeared exceedingly bizarre. As the sharp noises rose, thousands of these black flying beasts gathered in the sky, making it dark as if shrouded by their massive numbers. And as if sensing the power of the flying boat, the cries of these black flying beasts grew louder and their numbers increased rapidly. If these flying beasts were not slaughtered, even the mysterious heavenly divine armament flying boat would face considerable hindrance in its flight. Of course, Yi-chan and his companions would not let these black flying beasts attack and impede the flying boat's journey. Attack! Haha! It's been a long time since I came to the Black Crow continent to kill Black Crow refining wing beasts. Let's meet them again today. Upon seeing the vast swarm of flying beasts approaching, the divine kings aboard the flying boat, already itching to move, instantly flew out. In a flash, more than 100 figures directly confronted the large group of black flying beasts. Whoosh! Yi-chen's figure flickered as he shot from the side of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, soaring into the void heaven. So these are the Black Crow refining wing beasts? Yi-chan stood in the void, watching the fierce battle between the flying beasts and the divine kings, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Roar! At that moment, 3 middle divine king-level Black Crow refining wing beasts, seeing Yi-chan standing in the void, flapped their massive wings and the trio of colossal beasts joined forces to charge towards Yi-chan. Young brother, be careful. From aboard the flying boat, the 2 lower immortal divine venerables, Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua, couldn't help but call out a warning to Yi-chan. Observing the close relationship between Yi-chan and Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, they naturally worried about Yi-chan getting hurt. However, seeing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable watching Yi-chan with a calm smile, clearly very confident in him, the 2 immortal divine venerables restrained themselves from intervening to help Yi-chan. Next, something that shocked the 2 lower immortal divine venerables happened. They saw the young lower divine king, who had a profound connection with Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, facing the combined attack of 3 middle divine king-level Black Crow, refining wing beasts without dodging or evading. On this young man's body, a divine power aura erupted in an instant, even more formidable than the combat power of the 3 Black Crow refining wing beasts. It was like a storm swirling. With a booming sound of divine light, the divine power aura from the young man transformed into countless rays of sword light that instantly shredded the 3 Black Crow refining wing beasts into pieces, falling towards the ground below. These 3 middle divine king-level Black Crow refining wing beasts were not even a match for a single move from this young lower divine king. Chapter 842 – Eternal God Body. This young brother is not an ordinary lower god king. He has the ability to battle across realms. To see him killing these 3 middle god king-level Black Crow refining wing beasts with a single move. His true combat power, I'm afraid, is sufficient to even fight an upper god king. Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua exchanged a glance, feeling quite surprised in their hearts. Both of them had originally thought that Yi-chan wasn't very powerful, assuming he was only close to Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, but they hadn't expected this young lad to be so formidable. A lower god king able to contend with an upper god king would also be considered a talent in the 10,000 Beasts domain. Within the void heaven, Yi-chan, who had just shredded 3 Black Crow refining wing beasts to pieces with a single move, set his sights directly on the densely packed swarm of Black Crow refining wing beasts within the void heaven. Weak Black Crow refining wing beasts. Battling with them provides no help to me at all. Not even a slight boost in my battle comprehension. better to find some more formidable black crow refining wing beasts to fight. Whoosh! Yi Chen's figure flickered as he actively rushed towards the few black crow refining wing beasts at the very back of the swarm. The few black crow refining wing beasts at the back totaled 6, all of which were Earth Divine Venerable level black crow refining wing beasts. 5 of them were at the lower Earth Divine Venerable level, and 1 was at the middle Earth Divine Venerable level. The battle in the field had been between God King martial artists and God King level black crow refining wing beasts. Those 6 Earth Divine Venerable level black crow refining wing beasts were merely driving the God King level black crow refining wing beasts to besiege the martial artists from the 10,000 beasts domain, without making a move themselves. Yi Chen suddenly burst forth. Not only did it give the martial artists in the field a huge shock, but the 6 Earth Divine Venerable level black crow refining wing beasts were also alarmed and suddenly started to fly. No one expected Yi Chen, a lower God King, to actively charge toward the 6 Earth Divine Venerable level black crow refining wing beasts. Good heavens, has he gone mad? I'm an upper God King, and I wouldn't dare to face 6 Earth Divine Venerable level black crow refining wing beasts alone. Above the void heaven, many upper God Kings engaged in a brutal fight with the black crow refining wing beasts were so surprised that their actions slowed down, and they couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Yi Chen. And those middle God Kings and lower God Kings were even more shocked. These middle God Kings and lower God Kings, facing the onslaught of black crow refining wing beasts, were already somewhat overwhelmed, with precarious situations occurring from time to time. Although they knew that there were divine venerables watching the battle from the flying boat who wouldn't let them get hurt, they most certainly did not possess the capability to actively challenge stronger level black crow refining wing beasts. Now, Yi Chen, deemed the lowest in realm among them, had actively launched an attack on the black crow refining wing beasts, targeting those at the Earth Divine Venerable level in the rear. This had genuinely given a huge scare to those middle God Kings and lower God Kings. Not just these battling God Kings were shocked. Those Earth Divine Venerables and Heavenly Divine Venerables on the flying boat, even the 3 Immortal Divine Venerables, were also astounded. Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that this young brother is not only capable of battling upper God Kings, but is also unafraid of Middle Earth Divine Venerables? Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, looking at Yi Chen's actions, her beautiful eyes shone even brighter. She couldn't help but stand up. Yi Chen isn't a reckless young man. If he dares to make this move, he absolutely has the confidence to deal with these Earth Divine Venerable black crow refining wing beasts. A lower God King against 6 Earth Divine Venerable beasts, one of which is a Middle Earth Divine Venerable beast. This kind of cross-realm combat power is definitely that of a true unparalleled talent. Yi Chen trained in the mountain divine nation of Wanmu, 10,000 beasts without any regression. On the contrary, he has become even stronger. The shock of everyone present was all spawned in an instant. And at this moment, Yi Chen had already charged into the midst of the black crow refining wing beasts. Howl! Howl! Each black crow refining wing beast, upon seeing Yi Chen kill towards their leader, grew even angrier. Their shrill cries grew frenzied, as a few hundred black crow refining wing beasts attacked Yi Chen. And those 6 Earth Divine Venerable level black crow refining wing beasts at the very back were even more enraged upon being startled. How could they tolerate being targeted and assailed with killing intent by a lower God King? Black crow refining wing beasts are naturally slaughterous flying creatures. Not only do they attack martial artists passing by the black crow continent, but they also constantly fight among themselves. At this moment, seeing Yi Chen actively provoking them, these 6 Earth Divine Venerable level black crow refining wing beasts suddenly flapped their wings, emitting a sharp cry, shockingly repelling the hundreds of God King level black crow refining wing beasts that were besieging Yi Chen. And, astoundingly, these 6 Earth Divine Venerable level flying beasts took it upon themselves to confront Yi Chen. Howl! Howl! The combat power of an Earth Divine Venerable level is truly terrifying. In an instant, the entire sky for thousands of miles around turned completely dark. With a single flap of the wings of these 6 black crow refining wing beasts, there were even dozens of yards thick black lightning bolts striking down from the void heaven, aiming to kill Yi Chen, who was trapped in the middle. these black crow refining wing beasts could actually invoke thunder and lightning. Seeing over 100 of these yard-thick black lightning bolts attacking him, Yi Chen's face did not show the slightest hint of fear. Amidst the roaring thunder, the flashing lightning, and the howling violent wind, Yi Chen's black hair fluttered against the wind, his eyes exceptionally bright. I'm not even afraid of heavenly divine venerables. Dealing with these earth divine venerable level black crow refining wing beasts doesn't require me to use my true abilities. Let's use them to test the cultivation technique left by Long Li that I've recently learned. Although I have only just learned the first of the divine patterns of that cultivation technique, it should be enough to handle them. Yi Chen suddenly clenched his fists, and his entire being burst forth towards void heaven, charging towards the hundreds of black lightning bolts that were cleaving at him. What is he doing? He's facing the lightning attacks of Earth Divine Venerable level with his physical body. Is he planning to resist with his physical body? Countless eyes trained on Yi Chen all flickered with shocked expressions. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu inside Yi Chen's ice snow jade pendant was excitedly saying, "It seems that Yi Chen is going to test his newly cultivated, eternal god body." Amidst countless astonished gazes, and amidst Xiaojiu's excited words, Yi Chen's body directly charged into the center of those hundreds of black lightning bolts. And those hundreds of black lightning bolts, as if they had a target, in an instant all simultaneously struck at Yi Chen's body. In that moment, Yi Chen was completely engulfed by the black lightning. His entire body and even the surrounding void for 10,000 yards were filled with a dazzling lightning glow. This sight left those aboard the flying boat with mouths agape, and heavenly divine venerables were even more wide-eyed. The feather spirit divine venerable also showed a look of concern between her eyes. But this expression was fleeting, because the feather spirit divine venerable saw that in an instant, within that blinding lightning glow, a black vortex appeared, resembling a leaf-shaped vortex, which instantly swallowed all of the sky's lightning glow. Yi Chen's body reappeared in void heaven. On Yi Chen's body, there was an extraordinary leaf-shaped, mysterious divine pattern light shadow. Facing the attack of the 6 Earth Divine Venerable level Black Crow refining wing beasts, facing the combined force of hundreds of yards thick black lightning strikes, Yi Chen remained completely unharmed. Not only unharmed, but Yi Chen even seemed to gain greater strength after being struck by the black lightning. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the most powerful Middle-earth God-level Black Crow refining wing beast among the 6. Following that, Yi Chen's palms suddenly grabbed out, and a giant palm shadow appeared, directly grasping the several hundred-yard giant Earth Divine Venerable level Black Crow refining wing beast within it. Then, with a boom, Yi Chen actually crushed the Middle-earth God-level Black Crow refining wing beast to death. The tremendous hand shadow dissipated. This Black Crow refining wing beast had also perished. This scene not only left the watching crowd in awe, but even the numerous Black Crow refining wing beasts in the sky truly felt the danger, crying out mournfully, each one frantically scattering and fleeing in all directions. Even the remaining 5 lower Earth Divine Venerable level Black Crow refining wing beasts did not dare to launch another attack on Yi Chen, fleeing even faster than those God King level beasts. In an instant, all the Black Crow refining wing beasts that were besieging the flying boat fled. The entire sky was left with countless stunned God Kings and Yi Chen in void heaven, his eyes still bright. Chapter 843-18 Misty Mountains. When Yi Chen and the battling Divine Kings returned to the flying boat, everyone's gaze towards Yi Chen had drastically changed. Initially, since Yi Chen was a lower God King, everyone simply ignored him completely. Later, due to the arrival of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and her affection towards Yi Chen, many started to notice him. However, even those who noticed Yi Chen did so solely because of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, without any real recognition of Yi Chen himself. But now, Yi Chen's performance in slaying the Black Crow refining wing beast truly shocked everyone fundamentally. A lower God King, unafraid to face the 6 ancient beasts of Earth Divine Venerables, able to instantly kill a Middle-earth Divine Venerable. This level of combat power was simply unimaginable to the martial artists from 10,000 Beasts domain on the flying boat. This performance alone, even placed in the 10,000 Beasts domain, could be called a God-King realm myth. Even within the 10,000 Beasts domain, there has never been a lower God-King who could achieve this. Now, when everyone looked at Yi Chun again, it was no longer just because of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Not only did the Divine Kings look at Yi Chun with awe, even the Earth Divine Venerables and Heavenly Divine Venerables present had some fear in their hearts. Only Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua, the two immortal Divine Venerables, were somewhat calmer. But even in their calmness, these two immortal Divine Venerables knew that in terms of potential, Yi Chun far surpassed them both. Amidst countless awestruck and reverent gazes, Yi Chun returned to the side of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. In Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's beautiful eyes, there was also an expression of immense surprise. Yi Chun, you've really surprised me, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said with a smile. If Grandma were to know you've become so powerful, she would definitely be immensely surprised as well. Yi Chun, tell me, has your true combat power reached the level to confront a Heavenly Divine Venerable? From Yi Chun's previously composed confrontation against the 6 Black Crow refining wing beasts of Earth Divine Venerable level, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable knew Yi Chun's true strength was definitely not just what he had shown. Yi Chun quietly transmitted to Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, Aunt Yu Ling, I should be able to combat a Heavenly Divine Venerable. Hearing Yi Chun's confirmation, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's beautiful eyes even more radiantly gleamed with an indescribable brilliance. It seems Yaoer's judgment was indeed very good. This ability of yours to battle across realms, placed in the 10,000 Beasts domain, absolutely belongs to the top of the younger generation. Not just the 10,000 Beasts domain, probably even among countless star domains you could rank among the very forefront of the younger generation. To say there might be those who surpass you, it would only be those truly powerful beings from divine kingdoms of various clans. Being an upper immortal divine venerable, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable had traveled through star domains alongside Mrs. He in her time. She knew much about the mysteries of the countless divine kingdoms in this universe. Yi Chun also agreed with what Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said. For him, a lower God King, to be able to battle against a Heavenly Divine Venerable, indeed places him among the stunning achievements of Wanmu Mountain Domain and even 10,000 Beasts Domain. However, Yi Chun also did not become arrogantly self-important, believing himself to be the strongest among the younger generation in this universe. Not to mention others. Just when Yi Chun obtained the 5th chapter of Primordial Star Scripture, the Tai chapter, and ascended to the 5th layer of the Star's Tower, he knew from the Heavenly Spirit rankings there that this universe contained countless clans far stronger than humans, like the Moke Ancient Clan, ranked first on the Heavenly Spirit rankings. Its people possess true God-level combat power upon coming of age, and the frequency of births exceeding sovereign status is also the most in the whole universe. They even originated from the cosmic sea to this universe. It goes without saying that the divine kings of the Moke Ancient Clan would undoubtedly have combat power far surpassing countless divine kingdoms' divine kings in this universe. Not only the Moke Ancient Clan, but also the Netherworld Ancient Clan, ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Spirit rankings, and even the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, which Yi Chun intends to visit in the future. These divine kingdoms and ancient clans are obviously among the truly powerful forces of this universe. In front of such forces, Yi Chun is still very insignificant. Of course, Yi Chun wouldn't undervalue himself either. Although his combat power may not be the strongest among the younger generation in this universe, he also possesses many things others do not have, such as the Star's Tower and Primordial Star Scripture, left by ZG Star Lord, and the various cultivation techniques he continuously cultivates. Should he continue to grow stronger, there's no certainty he couldn't match the warriors of the mightiest clans of the younger generation in this universe. In just over 8 years, the Stellar Domain Genius Battle that countless divine kingdoms of this universe participate in will take place. By then, I might even be able to encounter the elites from powerful divine kingdoms across this universe. Perhaps during the Battle of the God Kings. I might even match swords with divine kings from powerful ancient clans like the Moke ancient clan. The Battle of the God Kings, in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle, was the third requirement given to Yi Chan by Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King. The two sovereigns demanded Yi Chan to at least break into the top 100 of the Battle of the God Kings, in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle. Whereas Yi Chen's own expectations for himself were even higher. He aspired to break into the top 50, even top 10 or top 3 among even the most powerful divine kings across the entire universe. He is still a lower god king now and has a long time to cultivate and accumulate. The flying boat continued to fly forward. While Yi Chan was conversing with Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, his mind and spirit turned rapidly. At that moment, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Yi Chan, "Yi Chan, the way you resisted those 6 Earth Divine Venerables, Black Crow Refining Wing Beasts, was it by using a powerful divine body skill, Eternal God Body? Yu Ling, you know about the Eternal God Body too?" Yi Chan nodded. "The technique I used just now was indeed the Eternal God Body, but only the first of the divine body patterns." When Feather Spirit Divine Venerable heard that it indeed was the Eternal God Body, her expression instantly turned solemn. "Yi Chan, this Eternal God Body, renowned across the universe, can be cultivated and used even by mighty ones at the sovereign realm. This divine body skills are extremely hard to find, and many divine venerables and even sovereigns find it difficult to get started. I didn't expect that you would get these divine body skills and even began cultivating them successfully. However, even though you have started cultivating it, it is said that this divine body has a total of 5 great divine body patterns, and the further you go, the harder it is to cultivate. You must be fully prepared mentally." The words of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable made Yi Chan also nod solemnly. This Eternal God Body, as Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said, is hard to find the skills for. Yet Yi Chan obtained it from Long Li. Long Li left many cultivation techniques in the God King cave dwelling, among them dozens of types of divine body techniques, specially selected for Yi Chan. When Xiaojiu saw the Eternal God Body, she immediately excitedly reminded Yi Chan to strive to successfully cultivate this divine body. Xiaojiu said that even the undying divine body is considered the basic level of the Eternal God Body. The undying divine body can be called the strongest divine body below the divine venerable realm, whereas the Eternal God Body can be ranked among the top 10 divine bodies at the sovereign realm. Especially if one can fully cultivate the Eternal God Body to great accomplishment, its power could arguably be the strongest divine body at the sovereign realm. Of course, the message from Long Li, as well as what Xiaojiu also mentioned to Yi Chan, highlighted the difficulty of cultivating this Eternal God Body. It is said that those who obtained the Eternal God Body, even 8 or 9 stars sovereign, no one has heard of anyone who completely succeeded in cultivating this divine body. This Eternal God Body requires cultivating 5 types of divine patterns: earth, fire, water, wind, chaos. The further you go, the harder it is to cultivate, and cultivating this divine body also requires countless materials, whose preciousness could even exhaust many sovereigns' fortunes. The Eternal God Body is strong enough, but the difficulty of cultivation is also high enough. Originally, Xiaojiu thought that Yi Chan might hesitate, and even Long Li prepared many types of divine bodies, fearing he would not want to cultivate this particular one. But upon seeing the Eternal God Body, Yi Chan immediately decided that he would cultivate this divine body, not only because his previously cultivated undying divine body could be converted into a foundational cultivation base for the earth divine pattern of the Eternal God Body, but also because Yi Chan always felt a mysterious affinity with this divine body. Out of many divine bodies, he set his sights on this one at first glance. In the 3 major signs of life, essence, qi, and spirit, Yi Chen's method of the qi life sign has already the primordial star scripture. And for the spirit life sign, he recently acquired the exquisite mysterious heavenly divine artifact, Gourd Sword, and the accompanying mysterious spirit thousand sword skills, which are soul-attacking mysterious heavenly divine arts. It's only in terms of divine body techniques where Yi Chen's methods are the weakest, still at the God King level. With the eternal God body, Yi Chun could fundamentally resolve the issue of the strength of his divine body technique. Even if he ultimately cannot completely cultivate this divine body to great perfection, the cultivation technique itself states that cultivating the 5 divine patterns to minor accomplishment is powerful enough, and to great accomplishment is sufficient to counter countless attacks. I am now only at the God King realm, far from the sovereign realm. With such a long time, surely I can prepare all the materials and successfully cultivate this divine body. Yi Chun thought to himself. The flying boat passed over the Black Crow continent, and in the following days, there wasn't much delay in their flight. Along the way, even if they encountered some ancient beasts chasing them, with Divine Venerable Mengyen and Divine Venerable Menqua helping Feather Spirit Divine Venerable manage affairs, the flying boat had a smooth journey. During this time, Yi Chun also took the opportunity to ask Feather Spirit Divine Venerable many questions about cultivation. Not only about some confusions regarding cultivation of the gourd sword, but also about the materials for beginning cultivation of the first divine pattern, Earth Divine Pattern of the Eternal God Body. Yi Chun asked if the 10,000 Beasts domain had them. Yi Chun was pleasantly surprised to learn that some materials for cultivating the Eternal God Body's Earth Divine Pattern were indeed available in the 10,000 Beasts domain, especially 2 very precious main materials. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable mentioned that they were available within the Feathered Spirit Clan, and once reaching the Feathered Spirit Clan, they would try to find them for him. To cultivate the first type of Earth Divine Pattern of the Eternal God Body, a total of 36 main materials and 72 auxiliary materials are required. During his time at the Supreme Divine Institute, Yi Chun had collected some information and found some leads for the materials, and he did not expect to also find a great bounty this time in the 10,000 Beasts domain. The flying boat continued its flight. Days passed by one after another. Originally, Yi Chun thought that this calm flight would continue all the way to their destination, Feather God Mountain. But unexpectedly, when the flying boat entered a territory called the 18 Mist Mountain, just 2 or 3 days away from reaching Feather God Mountain, the usually calm Feather Spirit Divine Venerable suddenly sensed something and her face greatly changed. Chapter 844-Ambush. What's wrong, Aunt Yuling? Seeing the change in Yuling's expression, Yi Chun, who was sitting next to her, hurriedly spoke out and asked. Whoosh! In an instant, Yuling pointed her finger and divine light entirely covered the flying boat, and another divine light enveloped both her and Yi Chun separately. The actions of Yuling startled the other God King Venerables on the flying boat. Lady Yuling, what happened? The God King Venerables quickly looked towards Yuling, but their figures were obscured by another divine light and couldn't be seen clearly. Within that additional divine light, Yuling directly said to Yi Chun, Yi Chun, I'm afraid a great trouble is about to befall us soon. Without waiting for Yi Chun to ask, Yuling lifted her hand and interrupted him. Yi Chun, there is no time, listen closely to me now. I have enveloped our surroundings with my divine sense and discovered a large troop from ferocious beast star domain racing towards us, including even 3 upper immortal divine venerables. Their target is most likely me. You are a divine king. They probably won't pay attention to you. When I manage to create chaos later, you must seize the opportunity to escape and go to Feather God Mountain to find Grandma to save me. And this, you must deliver it into Grandma's hands. They must be targeting me because of this item. While speaking, Yuling handed an octagonal stone seal with a seal to Yi Chun and also gave him a flying boat the size of a palm. Also take this heavenly primordial extreme spirit boat. When no one is paying attention, use this flying boat to rush to Feather God Mountain. With the speed of this flying boat, one day is enough for you to reach Feather God Mountain. As long as you find Grandma, I will definitely be safe. Hearing Yuling's words, Yi Chun's heart skipped a beat. A large troop from ferocious beast star domain, including 3 upper immortal divine venerables? Yi Chun knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. He moved his hand and stowed the 2 items Yuling gave him into the Ice Snow Jade Pendant, and also took the Jade Pendant into the Sword Palace acupoint on his forehead to avoid detection. At the same time, Yi Chun said to Yuling, Aunt Yuling, if those people are really targeting you, You must be careful. I have many damaged ultimate heavenly artifacts here. See if there's anything you can use and use them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flip of his palm, Yi Chun presented over a dozen ultimate heavenly artifacts before Yu Ling. Yu Ling didn't expect Yi Chun to possess so many ultimate heavenly artifacts. However, she shook her head. There's no time, Yi Chun. Keep these ultimate heavenly artifacts safe. I already have my own primed ultimate heavenly artifact to use. Although those 3 upper immortal divine venerables are of the same realm as me, they won't be able to slay me in a short time. Hearing Yu Ling's words, Yi Chun was about to speak when a loud boom came from outside the flying boat. Yi Chun's complexion changed. After exchanging a glance with Yu Ling, he flipped his hand and collected all the ultimate heavenly artifacts from the ground. At this moment, Yu Ling also pointed her finger, causing the divine light that enveloped her and Yi Chun to dissipate. When the boom sounded from outside the flying boat, the martial artists from 10,000 Beasts domain aboard the vessel grew even more anxious. Now, seeing Yu Ling and Yi Chun's figures finally reveal themselves, everyone surrounded Yu Ling, hurriedly asking, "Lady Yu Ling, what exactly happened?" "People from Ferocious Beast Star Domain have come to assassinate us." Yu Ling's first sentence made everyone's face on the flying boat change drastically. They had encountered people from Ferocious Beast Star Domain before on their journey, but Yu Ling had always been completely calm. Now, with Yu Ling's solemn expression, everyone on the flying boat knew that the people coming this time were no ordinary opponents. Possibly even Yu Ling didn't have confidence in dealing with them. In this situation, a slight carelessness could lead to their total annihilation. Some god kings were already trembling with fear at this point. At this moment, Yu Ling waved her hand to stop the frightened murmuring of the crowd. Yu Ling said, "They have ambushed us in the 18 Mist Mountains territory. It seems they had been prepared for a while. This 18 Mist Mountains is known for being difficult to explore with divine sense, and it tends to cause a lot of interference in battle. However, now that we have reached this situation, there isn't much to say. Later, I will try my best to hold them off, and you all should try to break through the siege and escape with your lives as best you can." Bang! As Yu Ling's voice fell, she pointed her finger, and the divine light covering the flying boat directly dissipated. Suddenly, a voice that enveloped the heavens descended upon everyone in the flying boat. "Haha, Yu Ling, you hurried back from the capital of the 10,000 Beasts domain to Feather God Mountain, even hiding within such a small flying boat. It seems, just as our sovereign master predicted, you acquired that treasure in the capital." Boom! 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 As soon as that voice sounded, Yi Chun and everyone on the flying boat saw a vast troop appear above the polar heaven. This large contingent, numbering over 500 people, included not only 3 upper immortal divine venerables, but also 2 middle immortal divine venerables and 4 lower immortal divine venerables. Additionally, the presence of heavenly divine venerables, earth divine venerables, and even divine kings was far superior to the martial artists from the 10,000 Beast Star Domain aboard the flying boat. These troops were twice as large as the martial artists from the 10,000 Beast Star Domain, with their foreheads covered in black patterns, and their eyes emitting a terrifying, blood-red vicious light. Yi Chun had already encountered people with such appearances in the great battle outside the 10,000 Beast Star Domain's national capital. Who else could these people be if not the martial artists from the Ferocious Beast Star Domain? At this moment, upon seeing the strength of the Ferocious Beast Star Domain's large contingent, every one of the 10,000 Beast Star Domain martial artists aboard the flying boat changed their expressions drastically. Whether they were immortal divine venerables, heavenly divine venerables, earth divine venerables, or even divine kings, their numbers were absolutely overwhelmed. In such a situation, how could they remain calm? Seeing the martial artists from the 10,000 Beast Star Domain turn pale, many from the Ferocious Beast Star Domain's contingent sneered coldly. The leading individual among the 3 upper immortal divine venerables, dressed in black armor with a 2-horned battle helmet, set his gaze directly onto Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. He was the one who had previously spoken. Now, he continued, "Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, let's talk openly without mincing words. Hand over the extreme heavenly supreme seal, and I will spare you a path to life. Before he could finish speaking, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable interrupted him. It is rumored that Sovereign Chijiao has 3 upper immortal divine venerables under his command, responsible for battling the Luofeng Divine Mountain region north of our 10,000 Beast Star domain. I did not expect you 3 to leave Luofeng Divine Mountain and come here to ambush us. Mysterious Morning, stop the useless chatter. I have also heard many rumors about you, and I have never heard that you would spare the lives of our 10,000 Beast Star domain troops. If you want the treasure in my hands, just make your move. I want to see just how much the combat power of a ferocious Beast Star domain immortal divine venerable can increase after undergoing an evil transformation. Even when faced with the large troop from the ferocious Beast Star domain, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's momentum did not weaken in the slightest. Good, good. Hearing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's words, Mysterious Morning from the ferocious Beast Star domain smiled while clapping his hands. I always say there's no need for pointless talk with someone like you, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Since that's the case, let us see the truth under our hands. My master said that you, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, have been a renowned upper immortal divine venerable for countless years. He originally wanted to personally take that treasure, but unfortunately as a sovereign, it's inconvenient for him to show himself for fear of being noticed by the sovereigns of your divine kingdoms. Therefore, he specially sent us 3 to face you in combat. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, don't say we underestimate you. During the speech, Mysterious Morning from the ferocious Beast Star domain waved his hand back and coldly said, Mysterious Endurance, Mysterious Bearing, join me in encircling and attacking Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, while the rest of you find your own opponents. Remember, not a single one must escape. We must annihilate them all here. Seeing that his guile was ineffective, Mysterious Morning now directly bared his fangs. Boom! 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 In an instant, over 500 people from the ferocious Beast Star domain dispersed, and the aura of divine power surged towards the heavens, darkening the sky in a moment. In a flash, the 3 upper immortal divine venerables from the ferocious Beast Star domain simultaneously attacked Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. The 2 middle divine venerables exchanged a glance and directly engaged the 2 remaining lower immortal divine venerables from the 10,000 Beast Star domain, Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua. The rest from the ferocious Beast Star domain, amidst sneers, began their assault on the 10,000 Beast Star domain's people. Everyone, break through individually. Don't waste your lives here in vain. Seeing that the people from the ferocious Beast Star domain clearly had stronger combat power, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's expression darkened, and with a flip of her fair hand, a snow-white whip appeared in her palm. Whoosh! The originally 3-foot-long snow-white whip instantly extended endlessly, and with a sweep of its tip, it lashed out at all of the 500-plus people from the ferocious Beast Star domain. With this instantaneous move, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable single-handedly halted the actions of the over 500 people from the ferocious Beast Star domain. At this moment, how could the martial artists from the 10,000 Beast Star domain dare to linger? They knew that Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was buying them time, and in this critical moment of life and death, they would only have an instant as Feather Spirit Divine Venerable couldn't possibly hold off so many people from the ferocious Beast Star domain for long. Run! We must escape quickly. Instantly, the over 200 people from the 10,000 Beast Star domain dispersed in all directions, abandoning the flying boat and fleeing. The people from the ferocious Beast Star domain did not expect Feather Spirit Divine Venerable to be so strong, managing to stop everyone with a single divine whip. Seeing the people from the 10,000 Beast Star domain escaping, they certainly would not let them get away. The expressions of the 3 upper immortal divine venerables from the ferocious Beast Star domain darkened, and each summoned a golden cold blade in their hands. With a flick of their fingers, the 3 golden blades slashed towards Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's snow-white whip. At the same time, their voices spread to every troop of the ferocious Beast Star domain. Split up and pursue. Let no one escape. Boom! 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 Although the combined attack of the three upper immortal divine venerables did not sever Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's divine whip, it created a momentary pause in the whip's attack. At that moment, the remaining 500-plus people from the ferocious beast star domain flashed past the whip's encirclement and began a frenzied pursuit of the over 200 scattering people from the 10,000 beast star domain. Ant Yu Ling. Within the crowd, Yi-chun felt a surge of warmth in his eyes as he looked at Feather Spirit Divine Venerable being attacked by the three upper immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain. Yi-chun wanted to stay and fight side by side with Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. But he knew better. It was the worst strategy. His combat power was utterly inconsequential against upper immortal divine venerables. The only thing he could do, just as Feather Spirit Divine Venerable had said, was to quickly escape the pursuit of the ferocious beast star domain's people and head to Feather God Mountain to find Mrs. He. Only Mrs. He could save Feather Spirit Divine Venerable from this situation. Chapter 845- Escape. Let's get out of here first. I must rush to Feather God Mountain at the fastest speed to seek assistance from Mrs. He. Upon thinking, Yi-chen's mind and spirit activated and his body blended into the crowd, bursting towards the outside of 18th Mist Mountain. At this moment, with a flick of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's divine whip, she single-handedly held back three upper immortal divine venerables and two middle immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain. However, from the ferocious beast star domain side, there were still four lower immortal divine venerables leading over 500, including heavenly divine venerables, earth divine venerables, and divine kings, frantically pursuing the 200 fleeing individuals from the 10,000 beasts domain. The combat power of the ferocious beast star domain troops still held an absolute advantage. Thump. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen of the 200 people fleeing from the 10,000 beasts domain were killed on the spot. Roar. Seeing their comrades killed beside them, the martial artists of the 10,000 beasts domain's eyes turned red, and they roared madly, wanting to attack the martial artists of the ferocious beast star domain to avenge their companions. But facing opponents who were vastly superior in both number and strength, they had absolutely no chance of resistance. Every individual was completely overwhelmed in a one-to-many fight. In such a situation, after gritting their teeth fiercely, those who were still alive knew they could not fight head-on. With their eyes red with rage, they could only suppress the urge to slaughter and frantically flee in all directions. Seeing her people from her divine kingdom killed, the heart of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable pounded as if drums were being struck. But at this moment she was also powerless. Being an upper immortal divine venerable, holding back three upper immortal divine venerables and two middle immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain was already enormously pressurizing, and she had no spare capacity to attend to others. At this moment, Yi-chun too was completely powerless and his heart was pounding erratically. If he still had the Shen Divine Cone, he wouldn't be afraid of these people. But his 5 Shen Divine Cones had already been depleted during the expedition in the Demon Tomb. At this moment, Yi-chen's own combat power could only handle opponents at the level of the Heavenly Divine Venerable, and even that was limited to 1 or 2 lower Heavenly Divine Venerables. He wasn't confident in defeating a middle Heavenly Divine Venerable. After all, whether it's the Gourd Sword, Eternal God Body, or Blue Extreme Ice Flame, he hadn't mastered their full powers. His realm was just too low. Now among those pursuing them, there were even lower immortal divine venerables. In such a scenario, let alone rescuing others, Yi-chun wasn't even sure about saving his own life. Yi-chun could only try his best not to draw the attention of those immortal divine venerables. After all, he had exceedingly important tasks to complete. He had to deliver the item entrusted by Feather Spirit Divine Venerable to Mrs. He and ask Mrs. He to save Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. He must survive and get away. Whoosh! 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 Yi-chun was escaping through the void, at the same time controlling not to expose too much of his strength. Just occasionally staying ahead of the 3 middle god kings who were chasing him. A dozen breaths later, Yi-chun had already flown to the edge of the 5th Mist Mountain of 18th Mist Mountain. In a little while, he would be able to escape the boundaries of 18th Mist Mountain. When that happened, without the mountains obstructing, it would be even easier to escape. The three middle god kings chasing behind Yi Chun had initially thought that killing this seemingly minor lower god king would not take much effort. However, every time they neared Yi Chun, he would manage to pull away again. However, the distance they pulled away was not too far, forcing them to summon their divine power and chase Yi Chun even faster. After chasing for dozens of breaths, these three middle god kings also sensed something was amiss. No matter how they increased their speed, this lower god king youth in front of them always managed to stay a step faster. Clearly, this lower god king youth was not as simple as he appeared to be. We can't catch up to him. We can't keep chasing like this. If we do, he will surely escape. The elders instructed to kill all the martial artists from the 10,000 Beasts domain, not letting a single one escape. Seeing that, if this continued, Yi Chun would soon escape the range of 18th Mist Mountain. The expressions of these three middle god kings changed. Howl! Howl! These three people actually stopped their pursuit, tilted their heads back to the sky, and let out sounds resembling the roars of demons. The sound waves traveled at an extremely fast speed, spreading towards the interiors of 18th Mist Mountain. Someone is calling for help? It's coming from the direction of Ao Chun. 5 Earth Divine Venerables from the Ferocious Beast Star Domain, who had just killed 2 Earth Divine Venerables from the 10,000 Beasts Domain, heard the calls for help from the 3 Middle God Kings. Instantly, their figures flashed, and they burst towards the direction of those 3 Middle God Kings. The speed of the Earth Divine Venerables was tens of times faster than that of the Middle God Kings. In just a moment, these 5 individuals caught up with the previously mentioned 3 Middle God Kings from the Ferocious Beast Star Domain, and they also saw the fleeing Yi Chun ahead. King God Guard, Wu God Guard. This kid has been hiding his strength all this time. His escaping speed is much faster than ours. We've taken a lot of time and still haven't caught up to him. If this continues, he will escape. Divine Guards, please take action and kill him immediately. Seeing their own 5 Earth Divine Venerates arriving, 3 Middle God Kings from the Ferocious Beast Star Domain quickly called out. In this invasion of the 10,000 Beasts Domain by the Ferocious Beast Star Domain, God Kings are merely called Divine Soldiers, while Earth Divine Venerables get the title Divine Guard, and Heavenly Divine Venerables receive the designation Divine Leader. And as for Immortal Divine Venerables, they are the Divine Generals of the Ferocious Beast Star Domain's Grand Army. In the eyes of these 3 Middle God Kings, Yi Chun could escape from them but definitely could not escape from the pursuit of the Divine Guards. The 5 Earth Divine Venerates saw Yi Chun's escaping figure and also had a glint in their eyes. One of the dark-skinned brawny men coldly snorted, "Humph! Such a minor lower God King can't even be caught up to. You 3 Middle God Kings are really useless. I alone will take him down." Before his words even fell, the Middle Earth God Venerable with dark skin had already disappeared in a flash, and in the next moment, the distance that initially separated him from Yi Chun by tens of thousands of zhong had closed to just 100 zhong. Just as he waved his hand to strike Yi Chun down, this Middle Earth God Venerable with dark skin was shocked to find that the young man in front of him unexpectedly increased his speed again, pulling the distance apart once more to tens of thousands of zhong. This truly left the dark-skinned brawny man dumbfounded. My God! When a few of us Middle God Kings chased him earlier, he was already tens of thousands of zhong ahead of us. And now, even an Earth God Venerable of the Middle Realm chasing him has still been left tens of thousands of zhong behind. Could it be his strength is even greater than that of a Divine Guard? How could such a young lower God King be so powerful? The 3 Middle God Kings, upon seeing that the dark-skinned man had not managed to kill Yi Chun in one strike, cried out in astonishment. Seeing something was amiss, the other 4 Earth Divine Venerates looked at each other and then all burst forth, chasing after Yi Chun together. The more they chased, the more astonished these Earth Divine Venerates became. Just like those 3 Middle God Kings, they fundamentally could not get close to Yi Chun. The dark-skinned brawny man along with the 4 following Earth Divine Venerates finally understood the earlier mindset of the 3 Middle God Kings. Powerlessness. Absolute powerlessness. The young man ahead was definitely no ordinary person. It won't work. We need to call for help. Quickly call for the Divine Leader, of the heavenly divine venerates. The 5 Middle Earth god venerates, originally coming fiercely, saw Yi Chun nearly escaping the range of the 18 Mist Mountains, and quickly shrieked for help. Following that, a more piercing transmission sound than the previous 3 Middle God Kings reverberated towards the area where warriors from the ferocious beast star domain were concentrated within the 18 Mist Mountains. At this moment, Yi Chun flying ahead also clenched his fists tightly. Originally, facing the pursuit of the 3 Middle God Kings behind him, he had long been unable to resist the urge to kill these people. But Yi Chun knew that now was not the time to act. If he killed these people, it might draw even more attention. It could even possibly attract the attention of the immortal divine venerables. He could only choose not to act but to rely solely on speed to escape. Even though he had now drawn the attention of the Earth Divine Venerates, and even though these Earth Divine Venerates would likely attract Heavenly Divine Venerates later, Yi Chun still could not make a move. He had to completely widen the distance, to a point where even the immortal divine venerates wishing to come would be too late. Then he could strike down those pursuing him and completely escape. With this mindset, seeing the 5 Earth divine venerates calling for reinforcements behind him, Yi Chun no longer concealed his escaping speed. His escaping speed was directly elevated, rising to its strongest level of 70% to 80%, instantly shaking off the 5 Earth divine venerates by hundreds of thousands of zhong, millions of zhong. Finally, in the blink of an eye, he widened the distance to tens of thousands of miles. In just a little more time, about the duration it takes to finish a cup of tea, Yi Chun was confident with the flying boat given by the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. He could completely escape the probing range of those ferocious beast star domain warriors, letting those immortal divine venerates chase but still be too late to catch him. Inside the 18 Mist Mountains, nearly 90% of the 10,000 Beasts domain warriors who had yet to escape the range of the 18 Mist Mountains had all been killed by people from the ferocious beast star domain right at the scene. More than 200 figures fell in an instant, nearly 190 people. Only a mere handful of tens of people, who had taken out their last resort trump cards that they had never used, dealing with the pursuit while still fleeing at extreme speed. Among them, the 2 lower immortal divine venerables of the 10,000 Beasts domain, Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua, had not yet fallen and directly attracted the attention of the 4 lower immortal divine venerables of the ferocious beast star domain. The 4 lower immortal divine venerables of the ferocious beast star domain were chasing Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua, while those 2 middle immortal divine venerables and 3 upper immortal divine venerables were together dealing with Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. All immortal divine venerables were engaged in battle. Thus, it was the heavenly divine venerates who had completed their killing tasks, now gathering in groups of 2s and 3s, looking towards other warriors of the 10,000 Beasts domain who had not yet been dealt with, tracking down the closest escapees to pursue. When the cries for help from those 5 Earth divine venerates reached the ears of the 2 closest heavenly divine venerables, these 2 heavenly gods vanished in a flash, appearing in front of them in an instant. When they heard that these 5 Earth divine venerates along with the 3 middle god kings had been unable to catch up to a mere lower god king, these 2 heavenly divine venerates were also somewhat shocked. And the next moment, these 2 heavenly divine venerates instantly saw Yi Chun, who was escaping tens of thousands of miles ahead. The cold light in their eyes flashed, and they instantly disappeared from where they were. Chapter 846 Miserable Blood. Upon seeing the disappearance of the 2 heavenly divine venerables, the 5 Earth divine venerables and 3 middle god kings from the ferocious beast star domain said resentfully, "Now let's see how that young lower god king can escape." Both Lord Zhao Shenling and Lord Sun Shenling are heavenly divine venerables. Moreover, they are both middle heavenly divine venerables. That young lower god king might be able to match a god king, or even an earth divine venerable, but it's absolutely impossible for him to match a heavenly divine venerable. Even in our ferocious beast star domain, we've never heard of a lower god king who could battle a heavenly divine venerable. This time, this lad is undoubtedly doomed. The 5 Earth divine venerables and 3 middle god kings from the ferocious beast star domain harbored an extreme hatred towards Yi Chun. How could they not hate him? They failed to kill Yi Chun, and after the siege ended, they would surely be punished by their superiors. especially since their realms far surpassed that of a lower god king. Yet they couldn't catch a lower god king, which made them feel utterly humiliated, as if they had been slapped in the face. Ahead, as the two heavenly divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain disappeared, Yi-chan, who was fleeing, suddenly heard Xiaojiu's extremely anxious voice. Yi-chan, this is bad. Two middle heavenly divine venerables are chasing after you. Middle heavenly divine venerables. A shock went through Yi-chen's heart. If it had been two lower heavenly divine venerables, he would still be confident of defeating them. But with middle heavenly divine venerables, let alone two, even one would be uncertain for him to achieve a complete victory. What to do? Not only was Yi-chen's mind and spirit rapidly flashing, thinking of a way. Even the little monkey, who had been quietly cultivating within the ice snow jade pendant, felt that something was wrong after hearing Xiaojiu's anxious voice and became just as anxious as Xiaojiu. Both the little monkey and Xiaojiu, one in the heavenly saint realm and the other in the true god realm, although each possessed their own divine skills, could not confront a heavenly divine venerable, nor could they assist Yi-chan. All they could do was watch Yi-chan with deep concern. If I still had the Xian divine cone, not to mention two middle heavenly divine venerables, even superior heavenly divine venerables I could kill. It seems, I can only use the heavenly primordial extreme spirit boat, given by Aunt Yuling, and boost my speed to the extreme. I am already quite distant from the 18 Mist Mountain. In a little while, even the immortal divine venerable won't be able to detect my tracks. As long as I can shake off these two heavenly divine venerables, I can smoothly head towards Feather God Mountain. In a flash of his mind and spirit, Yi-chan made up his decision. A shoot of divine light from the Sword Palace acupoint between his eyebrows, and the flying boat given to Yi-chan by the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable burst forth in front of him. This flying boat burst forth in an instant, from a speck of divine brilliance to the size of a palm, then continuing to transform into several hundred zhong in size. With a flash, Yi-chan moved onto the flying boat. Following that, Yi-chan directly followed the activation skills taught by Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, driving the flying boat, thereby increasing his escaping speed by more than 10 times, rapidly flying forward. 1 moment ago, Yi-chan just disappeared from the territory he was set foot in. The next moment, the two middle heavenly divine venerables chasing Yi-chan appeared where Yi-chan had just disappeared. These two middle heavenly divine venerables, seeing that Yi-chan was already aboard a flying boat and flying, and with each flash of the boat, the distance between them was getting increasingly bigger, disbelief flashed across their eyes. Following that, the disbelief turned into a cold glint. A lower god king, yet possessing a top-tier mysterious heavenly divine artifact level flying boat. And earlier even the earth divine venerables couldn't catch up to him. This person must have many secrets on him. Killing him might reveal some extraordinary secrets. With this thought, one of the two middle heavenly divine venerables waved a hand, and a high-quality mysterious heavenly divine artifact flying boat appeared beside them. Both figures flashed, landing on the flying boat, which then chased after Yi-chan's flying boat at an extreme speed. Although Yi-chan was driving a top-tier mysterious heavenly divine artifact flying boat, his limited combat power meant he couldn't fully unleash the boat's ultimate speed. The flying boat of the two heavenly divine venerables behind him, though not as good as his, was not slower than Yi-chen's under their combined power, and even slightly faster. In such a chase, the two flying boats had long left the realm of 18 Mist Mountain, flying millions of li forward, the edge of the 18 Mist Mountain. At this moment, seeing that their two heavenly divine venerables had chased Yi-chan for half a day and yet hadn't returned, the 5 earth divine venerables and 3 middle god kings also felt a tremble in their hearts. Why haven't Lord Zhao Shenling and Lord Sun Shenling killed that lad and returned? Could something have happened? One of the middle god kings asked. Another middle god king also spoke. Maybe, should we seek help from the divine generals in the immortal divine venerable realm? Before the words of these two middle god kings could finish, they were sternly glared at by the 5 earth divine venerables beside them. A divine general of the immortal divine venerable realm is not someone we can casually seek help from, one said. Also, I just saw that several divine generals are dealing with the immortal divine venerable from the 10,000 beasts domain. They really can't be bothered with such trifles. Besides, with the capabilities of Lord Zhao Xinling and Lord Sun Xinling, how could something possibly go wrong? Just wait. It won't take long before the two lords will kill that lad and bring back his head. Chided by the 5 Earth divine venerables, the 3 middle god kings from the ferocious beast star domain quickly bowed their heads. However, the longer they waited, the more their eyes filled with concern. For some reason, they felt that the fleeing lower god king youth was too peculiar to the extent that even if he was pursued by heavenly divine venerables, they couldn't guarantee that the youth would definitely perish. Yi Chun was unaware of the thoughts of those divine kings and earth divine venerables who had previously chased him. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on operating the flying boat. Yet, even so, Yi Chun could feel that as the flight continued further, the distance between him and the flying boats driven by those 2 heavenly divine venerables was closing. This can't continue. Being chased by these 2, it's a huge problem just having them tailing me, let alone whether they can catch up or not. I definitely won't be able to reach Feather God Mountain in a short time if I delay any longer, and those immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain notice something amiss and rush here using the position of these 2 heavenly divine venerables. I'll undoubtedly die. Yi Chen's gaze swept around. At this moment, he had flown into a star continent within the 10,000 beasts domain, filled with ancient beasts, sufficiently far from the previous 18 mist mountains. Yi Chen suddenly made up his mind. Right here, I will decide on a life-or-death battle with these 2 middle heavenly divine venerables. Only by killing them and completely erasing any traces can I escape. Otherwise, all other options lead to certain death. I must kill these 2 people. After making up his mind, even knowing that there was no chance of victory in this battle, Yi Chun clenched his teeth, withdrew the flying boat, and stood directly in the void. Yi Chun. Seeing Yi Chen's actions, Xiaojiu understood his decision. Xiaojiu didn't say much, her face also showing a determined expression. Yi Chun, when you fight later, I will pour all my divine soul power into your body, boosting your combat power as much as possible. Even the monkey from the heavenly saint realm, just like Xiaojiu, firmly said to Yi Chun, I will also infuse my combat power into you. Looking at the 2 companions beside him, thinking of the more than 200 martial artists from the 10,000 beasts domain who may have already died in the encirclement within the ferocious beast star domain. A trace of desolation and a hint of warmth flashed through Yi Chen's heart. No matter what, he still had these 2 companions with him, steadfastly by his side even in life or death. Xiaojiu, little monkey, don't worry, I won't die so easily. None of us will die. Yi Chun gave Xiaojiu a smile, his eyes turning resolute. Then, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the opposite void. Boom! The void opposite shook, and the flying boats of the 2 chasing heavenly divine venerables directly descended. The 2 heavenly divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain withdrew their flying boats and appeared in the void heaven. Little brat, not running anymore? Seeing that Yi Chun was no longer fleeing and had stopped, the 2 heavenly divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain coldly smirked. Since you've stopped running, then come meet your end. Their gaze towards Yi Chun revealed a trace of greed. These 2 were not only interested in the top-notch mysterious heavenly divine armament flying boat on Yi Chun, but even more so in how Yi Chun, at the God King realm, could escape so quickly. The 2 heavenly divine venerables even decided that even if they killed Yi Chun, they wouldn't directly annihilate his divine body, but rather thoroughly search Yi Chen's secrets and take all his treasures for themselves. The cold and greedy eyes of these 2 middle heavenly divine venerables couldn't escape Yi Chen's notice. Yi Chen knew that these 2 had a determined intent to kill him. Yi Chun also stopped wasting words. He pinched a spell in his hand, and a vast divine power surged out. Yi Chen shouted at the 2 heavenly divine venerables. Make your move. It's either you die or I perish. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the 2 heavenly divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain glanced at each other, burst out laughing heartily. What a joke! A lower god king daring to be so presumptuous in front of us heavenly divine venerables. Since you want to die sooner, we'll grant you your wish. Although the divine power surging from Yi-Chun wasn't at the divine king level, and even exceeded the aura of countless earth divine venerables, leaving these two heavenly divine venerables in disbelief. As middle heavenly divine venerables, they didn't regard Yi-Chun as a threat at all. After their words fell, one activated a blood-colored long spear, and the other a black tower. The two divine weapons instantly flashed with divine light, growing tremendously and slashing towards Yi-Chun. Bang! The attack of the heavenly divine venerables was indeed incredibly fast, and even though Yi-Chun was prepared and dodged one of the long spears, the black tower, which had transformed into a 1,000-zhang-tall structure, directly hit him. This strike directly sent Yi-Chun flying like a shooting star, crashing towards the star continent below, and he violently spat out several mouthfuls of blood, staining his clothes red. Boom! As Yi-Chun was plummeting towards the star continent below, the black tower grew even larger, smashing down and aiming to crush Yi-Chun directly into pieces. Chapter 847- Fight to the Death. Such earth-shattering commotion early on had already startled countless ancient beasts on the star continent below, causing them to take flight one after another. The ancient beasts of the star continent are all rather weak, with the majority being merely true god-level ancient beasts, with the strongest only being of the god-king level. Nevertheless, the sight of countless ancient beasts being startled and taking flight was astonishing beyond measure. It was as if millions of ancient beasts had surged out like locusts from the ground, frantically fleeing towards all corners of the skies and earth. Above in the void heaven, the heavenly divine venerable who unleashed the divine weapon spear, upon seeing Yi-Chun dodge his attack, was already furious. Observing these chaotically fluttering ancient beasts, his anger found a place to vent. With a mighty slam of his palm towards the earth below, a towering surge of airwaves, with a buzz, enveloped the entire star continent. The terrifying killing force even spun out millions of vortexes. In an instant, millions of the ancient beasts that had surged out on the star continent were all slain on the spot. One palm strike killed millions of ancient beasts. This is the power of the heavenly divine venerable, far exceeding the power of those true god-level and god-king-level ancient beasts. In that moment, rivers of blood flowed across the star continent, the entire continent enveloped in a bloody, dark atmosphere, transforming into a land of bloody massacre. After annihilating those millions of hurriedly fleeing ancient beasts with one palm, the ferocious beast star domain heavenly divine venerable wielding the spear showed no change of expression. His gaze turned back to Yi-Chun. Then, he pointed his finger and the spear turned into a dazzling rainbow, slashing towards Yi-Chun once again. Having been hit by the black tower, Yi-Chun had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Under the rapid plummet, he was continuously attacked by the tower and the spear, even blocking an attack from the heavenly divine venerable that killed countless ancient beasts. Yi-Chun deeply felt the power of a mid-tier heavenly divine venerable. Although he had killed a heavenly divine venerable before, it was with the aid of the Xian divine cone. It was now, truly relying on his own combat power to confront the heavenly divine venerable, that Yi-Chun profoundly realized the formidable strength of the heavenly divine venerable. Mere divine power aura was absolutely insufficient to confront such level of powerhouses. Seeing the black tower now transformed into a massive tower thousands of feet high pressing down on him, and the spear even faster than the tower, piercing like an arrow, Yi-Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staunchly stopping the tremendous plummeting force. Simultaneously, Yi-Chun pinched a spell in his hand. A gourd the size of a palm flew out from within his body. Following that, from within this gourd, dozens of flying swords burst forth. Each flying sword instantly transformed into countless sword rains, with dozens of swords combined. A sky full of sword rain surged forth abruptly. This sword rain did not fall downwards, but instead met head-on the small tower and the spear attacks coming from the ferocious beast star domain's two great heavenly divine venerables. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sky full of sword rain collided with the small tower and the spear. A tremendous explosion sound immediately reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, and the terrifying airwaves tore apart piece after piece of the void, creating countless horrifying spatial rifts. Yi Chen's counterattack momentarily halted the divine weapons of the two great heavenly divine venerables. However, following that, the two divine weapons violently shook, shattering the sky full of sword rain back into dozens of flying swords. Clearly, these flying swords were still unable to withstand the attack from the two great heavenly divine venerables. Nonetheless, even a momentary blockade was sufficient for Yi Chen to catch his breath and dodge. In that instant, Yi Chen completely changed from his plummeting state. With a flash of his figure, he appeared above in another area of the polar heaven. Simultaneously, he reached out and grabbed, pulling the dozens of flying swords shot from the gourd back, and they returned to the gourd before him. Seeing Yi Chen actually withstand the joint attack from these two mid-tier heavenly divine venerables, even if only for a moment, the two great heavenly divine venerables of the ferocious beast star domain were taken aback, showing a mixture of shock and even ecstasy. Attacking mysterious heavenly divine artifact. For a mere lower god king like you to possess such treasure, how could these two mid-tier heavenly divine venerables not be immensely shocked? Even they didn't possess mysterious heavenly divine artifacts, not to mention the most precious attacking mysterious heavenly divine artifacts. Their flying boats were only superior mysterious heavenly divine armament flying boats. And their small tower and spear divine weapons were only mid-tier mysterious heavenly divine artifacts. In their astonishment, the two great heavenly divine venerable were overjoyed. Their elation was because, if they could kill Yi Chen, then the supreme attacking mysterious heavenly divine artifacts would fall into their hands. Kill this person. As long as he's killed, the mysterious heavenly divine artifact flying boat on his person, and this attacking mysterious heavenly divine artifact, will all be ours. In their excitement, the divine power of the two great heavenly divine venerables surged countless times. Their fingers pinched a spell, and countless divine powers flowed towards the small tower and the spear. In an instant, the divine light on the small tower and the spear became even more brilliant, and their combat power greatly surged. In a flash of divine light from both divine weapons, even more terrifying than before, they bombarded towards Yi Chen. It won't work, my gourd sword hasn't been fully refined yet. I can't hold on. Seeing the attack from the two great heavenly divine venerables coming once again, Yi Chen clenched his teeth. The gourd and flying swords he had wielded before were precisely the supreme mysterious heavenly divine artifact, gourd sword, he obtained from Huyen Divine Master. Unfortunately, even the gourd sword could not withstand the attacks of these two great heavenly divine venerables. There's also Yi Chen's divine body, eternal god body. If it weren't for this divine body, he might have already died under the joint strike of those two heavenly divine venerables earlier, and it wouldn't have been as simple as just spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, Yi Chen could also feel that he, who hadn't even fully cultivated the first type of divine patterns of the eternal god body, could not withstand the combined attack of these two middle-level heavenly divine venerables. What should he do? Seeing that their killer moves were coming again, Yi Chen knew in his heart that there was only one way out. That is, to rely on the strongest means currently on him, the blue extreme ice flame. Boom! Instantly, the endless Tai divine power surged out of Yi Chen, and at the same time, with a stretch of his hand, that strand of blue extreme ice flame he could successfully control appeared in his hand. Seeing Yi Chen's actions, Xiaojiu and Xiaoho inside the ice snow jade pendant also knew that Yi Chen was making a last-ditch effort. The two companions did not hesitate at all and poured all their strength into Yi Chen's body. Xiaojiu's soul power, as well as Xiaoho's heavenly saint power. Feeling the power of his two companions rushing into his body, Yi Chen's eyes welled up even more, and with gritted teeth, the blue extreme ice flame in his hand instantly blazed fiercely, turning into a hundreds of feet tall flame that completely enveloped his entire body. Yi Chen, enveloped by the blue extreme ice flame, seemed like a fire person, charging towards the two incoming divine weapons, the black tower and the blood-colored spear. Boom! 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 It was as if heaven and earth were splitting apart, like three meteors colliding. This collision sent Yichun flying tens of thousands of feet away, and the two middle-level Heavenly Divine Venerables combined attack divine weapons were also knocked tens of thousands of feet away. This clash of moves even made Yichun appear equal to these two middle-level Heavenly Divine Venerables. Still not enough. Blue Extreme Ice Flame. I can only control a very small part of it. Not even 1/10,000th of the true power of the Blue Extreme Ice Flame. Relying on this bit of Blue Extreme Ice Flame, I still can't kill these two middle-level Heavenly Divine Venerables. From one clash, Yichun's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, the two great Heavenly Divine Venerables from the ferocious beast star domain were like seeing a ghost. They had not expected that Yichun still had a trump card, and this trump card seemed to be even more powerful than the earlier offensive supreme mysterious Heavenly Divine artifact. Instantly, the two thought of one thing. A polar heaven object. It's a polar heaven object flame. Thinking of this kind of object, the two even had the thought of running away. However, in the next moment they regained their senses. No, although it is a polar heaven object flame, this lower god king can only control a very small part. He can't fully control the real polar heaven object. Realizing this, the two Heavenly Divine Venerables almost went mad. A polar heaven object. Even for a sovereign realm powerhouse, it has an irresistible attraction, let alone for them. In that instant, they even had the impulse to seize Yichun's polar heaven object at all costs. The two of them didn't even talk anymore. Their expressions became grim, and although they didn't know how the two would split the spoils afterwards, or if they might even fight each other, but at this moment, both of them had only one thought in mind, and that was to kill Yichun first. With grim expressions, these two middle-level Heavenly Divine Venerables held nothing back. Their entire divine power burst forth, and moreover, they even took out their two life-bound divine artifacts. One was a blood-colored flying knife, and the other was another white small mountain. The two middle-level Heavenly Divine Venerables, even bringing these two life-bound divine artifacts, charged together towards Yichun. The full divine power of two middle-level Heavenly Divine Venerables, together with four mysterious Heavenly Divine artifacts. Under such an attack, just the shockwaves alone caused the star continent below to crack piece by piece, and instantly their core attack had already bombarded right in front of Yichun. In that instant, Yichun truly felt the threat of death. Yichun felt even more that just the strand of blue extreme ice flame in his hand definitely could not stop the desperate fight of these two middle-level Heavenly Divine Venerables. No time to react. Yichun almost subconsciously activated all the blue extreme ice flame within his body. Boom! Instantly, a flame countless times larger than the one he previously controlled surged out from Yichun's chi. This cluster of flames turned into an endless blaze of fire which instantly enveloped both Yichun and the two Heavenly Divine Venerables. Chapter 848-. Finally reaching Feather God Mountain. When the blue extreme ice flame descended, the two mid-level Heavenly Divine Venerables from the ferocious beast star domain, who were earlier brimming with killing intent towards Yichun, screamed in terror in an instant. They could feel that the flames Yichun was invoking now were countless times more powerful than the wisp he had previously summoned. This time the flames were obviously the full power of a true extreme heavenly object flame. The two mid-level Heavenly Divine Venerables had no idea why a lower God King could possess the flames of an extreme heavenly object. They found it even harder to imagine that this lower God King would dare to fully release the flames of the extreme heavenly object. Could it be that this young lower God King did not fear backlash? From the fact that this young lower God King only dared to manipulate a tiny wisp of flame earlier, they could tell that the youth had not fully controlled the extreme heavenly object flame. Under such circumstances, forcefully stimulating it, backlash could very likely claim the young man's life. However, at this moment, the two had no time to ponder the potential fate of this young man. Faced with the true extreme heavenly object, blue extreme ice flame, their hearts' murderous thoughts had already vanished. There was only one thought in their minds. Escape, escape, escape. An extreme heavenly object was something that could genuinely kill them. In an instant, these two mid-level heavenly divine venerables not only completely withdrew the divine power they were using to attack, but applied it to themselves to escape, and even disregarded their injuries. They fully unleashed even the forbidden powers of cultivation. Instantly, their escaping speed could even compare with a superior heavenly divine venerable or some immortal divine venerables. But their idea to flee was nothing but a pipe dream. Under the burning of the extreme heavenly object, blue extreme ice flame, they had nowhere to run. Even in the instant they turned to flee from the endless radiance of the blue extreme ice flame, two crystal blue firebirds flew out, directly rushing towards and annihilating them. These two mid-level heavenly divine venerables did not even have a chance to cry out before they were completely burned into nothingness. Not only did they perish instantly, even their divine weapons, the Black Tower and the Crimson Spear, along with the subsequently engaged White Tower and Crimson Flying Knife, all four mysterious heavenly objects, were reduced to ashes in the endless radiance of the blue extreme ice flame. If Yi Chun saw these four mysterious heavenly divine artifacts being destroyed, he would likely feel extremely regretful. However, Yi Chun currently had no time to worry about these mysterious heavenly divine artifacts, because Yi Chun, who had just forcefully stimulated the blue extreme ice flame, was about to face a situation he had previously encountered, which was the backlash of the blue extreme ice flame. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the blue extreme ice flame killed the two heavenly divine venerables targeting Yi Chun, it flew straight back towards Yi Chen's body. Instantly, it entered Yi Chen's qi, and the powerful force of the flames caused a boiling tumult within Yi Chen's qi. It was not just the blue extreme ice flame in turmoil. Even the heavenly union flame that nurtured the blue extreme ice flame also began to rage. Although Yi Chun had already subdued the blue extreme ice flame and became its master, he was still unable to fully control the power of this extreme heavenly object. The instant backlash turned Yi Chen's body completely crimson, as if he was burning in the flames. It was only because Yi Chun was the master of the blue extreme ice flame that he was not killed outright. However, if it goes on like this, just like with the previous backlash, if not resolved, he would certainly suffer irreversible severe injuries and even jeopardize his cultivation in the future. Yi Chun, Xiaojiu from within the ice snow jade pendant, after pouring all her strength into Yi Chun, had become extremely weak. When she saw Yi Chun finally, in absolute desperation, stimulate the blue extreme ice flame, Xiaojiu knew that the two heavenly divine venerables were sure to die. But at the same time, Xiaojiu also knew that Yi Chun was definitely going to encounter the backlash of the blue extreme ice flame. Again, last time, in the Nine Suns' ancient land, Yi Chun annihilated Qin Feng, which triggered the blue extreme ice flame backlash. In the end, it was Long Li who rushed back to save Yi Chen's life. If there was a backlash this time, and Long Li was not by his side, what should be done? Xiaojiu was extremely anxious, and the little monkey within the ice snow jade pendant was also stunned. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, whose entire essence, qi, and spirit seemed to be aflame, let out a loud cry to the sky. Yi Chun controlled all the Tai divine power within his body, desperately suppressing the turmoil of the blue extreme ice flame and the heavenly union flame. At the same time, Yi Chun followed the method left by Long Li after being rescued from the backlash, doing his utmost to contain the spread of backlash. At this moment, Yi Chen's divine sense had not completely vanished as it did during the previous backlash. After all, his realm had increased countless times since then, and he had also been continuously practicing control over the blue extreme ice flame. Although he had only gained very minimal control, he still had some power over it. In such a state, his mind retained a brief period of clarity and did not fully succumb to the stupor of backlash. But even with this brief lucidity, Yi Chun knew that if he didn't figure out a solution soon, he would completely lose consciousness like the last time, succumbing to madness. There's only one way. I must hurry and find Mrs. He. With her status as a 9-star sovereign, she can definitely help me suppress the backlash from the blue extreme ice flame. Last time, In the Nine Suns' ancient land, being in a forbidden realm, he couldn't ask for a sovereign's assistance and had to rely on Long Li for rescue. But this time was different. He was outside. As long as he found a powerful sovereign to help, there was hope to suppress the extreme heavenly object. Not only did Yi Chun think of Mrs. He, but Xiaojiu, in her extreme worry, also thought of Mrs. He. Xiaojiu instantly transmitted her spiritual message to Yi Chun. Yi Chun, hold on. You have already entered the backlash state, and you definitely won't last long. Traveling under normal circumstances using the flying boat, you definitely won't make it in time to the Feather God Mountain. Use all the flame power from the backlash to fuel the flying boat. Under these circumstances, you will definitely be faster than the time it initially took according to what Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said, racing 1 full day. With the power of the extreme heavenly object's flames, perhaps you can reach Feather God Mountain within 2 hours or even in a matter of a few incense sticks time. You must endure it. Do not let your divine sense slip into unconsciousness. You must reach Feather God Mountain, Mrs. He will definitely be able to save you. Xiaojiu didn't know whether Yi Chun could hold on until they reached Feather God Mountain. But this was the only viable method. Yi Chun also knew that this was the only way. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. With his essence, qi, and spirit completely flaring like a fiery blaze, and only a trace of clarity left in his mind, Yi Chun slammed his hands down, and the heavenly primordial extreme spirit boat, bestowed by Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, burst forth, taking Yi Chun away from the expanse of void heaven. At the same time, Xiaojiu also hurriedly began to recuperate her soul power. Xiaojiu decided in her heart that even if Yi Chun couldn't hold on, she must take Yi Chun to Feather God Mountain. After the flying boat departed, this part of the star continent returned to tranquility. A cup of tea's time later, the figures of 2 lower immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain appeared at the site of the earlier battle between Yi Chun and the 2 heavenly divine venerables. Upon seeing the blood sea below on the star continent and all the ancient beasts slain upon it, the eyes of these 2 immortal divine venerables trembled with shock. This is the place. Those 2 divine leaders must have fought here with the lower god king who had escaped, as described by those divine guards. Unexpectedly, a lower god king was able to battle against a heavenly divine venerable from our ferocious beast star domain. As their divine sense swept across the battlefield, the 2 immortal divine venerables became even more astonished. Can't sense any of their presence? Could it be those 2 divine leaders have fallen? How could they have fallen while dealing with a lower god king? Also, was that lower god king killed or not? These 2 immortal divine venerables were filled with confusion and shock. But despite their half-day investigation, they could not discover anything. The annihilating burn of the extreme heavenly object, blue extreme ice flame, was simply beyond their ability to investigate. In the end, after thoroughly searching this part of the star continent and its surrounding millions of miles without finding anything, the 2 lower immortal divine venerables could only frown and turn to leave. After all, their leader was still battling with the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable from the 10,000 Beasts domain. They had rushed to the site after hearing about the disappearance of heavenly divine venerables. And now, finding nothing, they had to return to help their leader take down that Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Feather God Mountain, though named after a mountain, was in fact the vital ground where the entire Feather Spirit clan practiced and lived, forged by combining 33 star continents into a stunningly vast and peerless divine land. The peripheries of the 33 continents that make up Feather God Mountain were all completely sealed off, leaving only one immense mountain gate for entry and exit. This huge mountain gate is the Feather Spirit clan's portal, Mountain Gate Heaven. Divine Venerable Luo Yu is a well-known female divine venerable of the Feather Spirit clan. Not only has her cultivation reached the realm of superior heavenly divine venerable, her master is one of the 7-star sovereigns of the Feather Spirit clan, ranked high among the sovereigns of the clan. At this moment, outside the towering gate of Mountain Gate Heaven, Divine Venerable Luo Yu was leading a squad of immortal divine venerables on patrol. Divine Venerable Luo Yu had a tall figure and extraordinary temperament. However, Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. Her furrowed brows alone made it difficult for her immortal divine venerable subordinates to even breathe heavily. These immortal divine venerables could only communicate through spiritual transmission. During Captain Luo Yu's patrol period, let there be no mishaps. Our Feather Spirit clan has 3 9-star sovereigns sitting in place. Even after the ferocious Beast Star domain attacked our Feather God Mountain once, they did not dare to provoke us again and are only stationed far away, monitoring us. In the last major battle, Captain Luo Yu's sister was injured. She despises the martial artists from the ferocious Beast Star domain to the bone. She definitely doesn't want to make any mistakes during her patrol, allowing any suspicious person to enter Mountain Gate Heaven. We also have to be vigilant and absolutely prevent the martial artists from the ferocious Beast Star domain from infiltrating our Feather God Mountain. As if sensing the spiritual communications of her subordinates, Divine Venerable Luo Yu glared at them. At the same time, she raised her voice and said, "This is a critical period of the great battle between the ferocious Beast Star domain and our 10,000 Beasts domain. During the patrols led by previous captains, there were always spies from the ferocious Beast Star domain trying to infiltrate our Feather God Mountain, with a few even succeeding. Although they were eventually caught by our sovereign, we must absolutely make no mistakes. Every visitor who is not from the Feather Spirit clan must be thoroughly screened." "Yes, Captain." Upon Divine Venerable Luo Yu's command, the patrolling squad of Immortal Divine Venerables all shouted in response. Divine Venerable Luo Yu nodded solemnly with her pretty face. As she continued to lead the patrol outside Mountain Gate Heaven, Divine Venerable Luo Yu's expression suddenly changed, because she saw a flying boat rushing toward them at an inconceivable speed. Who is it? How dare they intrude upon Feather God Mountain? Boom! 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 Seeing this, Divine Venerable Luo Yu led her squad of Immortal Divine Venerables to rapidly take flight, intercepting the flying boat. What Divine Venerable Luo Yu did not expect at this moment was that the flying boat abruptly halted in front of them, and a young man with even his hair turned completely red, as if he were about to ignite into flames, leaped down from the flying boat. The young man paid no heed to their Immortal Divine Venerable squad. He glanced at the giant gate of Mountain Gate Heaven and took out a command token. The youth, seemingly on the verge of madness, exhausted all his strength to pour divine power into the command token at hand. Following that, amid the flashing light of the token, the youth shouted towards the token, "Grandma!" Chapter 849, Supreme Divine Light. Grand Ancestor he. This shout only carried a few hundred meters at most. However, as soon as the shout was made, Divine Venerable Luo Yu and her Immortal Divine Venerable subordinates were shocked to find that a token in the young man's hand had moved. This token looked like an ordinary black one. But in an instant, this token radiated a supreme divine light that even Divine Venerable Luo Yu had never seen before. This supreme divine light instantly surged from the young man's hand, transforming into a sky-piercing light pillar that shot up to the heavens, reaching an infinite height. This sky-piercing light pillar emitted an odd sound that not only created ripples on the massive gate of Mountain Gate Heaven, which even Luo Yu had never seen before, but under its agitation, this sound spread throughout the entire territory of the Feather God Mountain. This shocking phenomenon instantly shook the entire Feather God Mountain. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, multiple figures flew up from various parts of the Feather God Mountain, these figures being true gods, divine kings, divine venerables, and even beings of the sovereign realm. This astonishing phenomenon also alarmed a large army stationed tens of thousands of miles outside the Feather God Mountain in the ferocious Beast Star domain. In this large squad, countless divine kings, divine venerables, and even sovereigns took flight, turning their gaze towards the direction of the Feather God Mountain. Divine Venerable Luo Yu had not expected such an event to occur while she was patrolling. This sudden arrival of the young man could shake the entire Feather God Mountain. What felt even stranger to Luo Yu was that she was unaware that there were such odd ripples hidden on the huge gate of Mountain Gate Heaven. And yet, these ripples could be activated by this young man. However, at this moment, there was no time for Luo Yu to think further. She immediately drew her divine weapon and sternly demanded from the young man before her, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Instead, Luo Yu noticed that the young man's eyes had become dim, and the temperature emanating from his body had suddenly increased manifold, making her feel as if she was being scorched by fierce flames. Seeing that the young man in front of her did not respond to her question and instead grew even stranger, Luo Yu flicked her wrist, preparing to have her subordinates capture the young man. Just then, she heard a voice, "Luo Yu, do not be disrespectful." Following that, Luo Yu saw her grandmaster, the seven-star sovereign of the Feathered Spirit clan, Immortal Enai Feng, flying out from the Feather God Mountain. "Master, what's happening?" Upon seeing her grandmaster flying out, Luo Yu quickly called out to inquire. However, after her grandmaster flew out to stop her, she just respectfully stood in midair, gazing towards the deepest parts of the Feather God Mountain territory. Her grandmaster only said one sentence, "This supreme divine light is the divine light of He." Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. She knew who her master's mention of He referred to. That was none other than her great ancestor, the legend of the entire Feathered Spirit clan, rumored to have disappeared for millions of years, only to return to the Feathered Spirit clan a year ago in the nine-star sovereign realm as a great power holder. Now the strongest entity within the entire Feathered Spirit clan, Grand Ancestor He. Although Grand Ancestor He had rarely made public appearances since her return to the Feathered Spirit clan. From just the 3 times Luo Yu had seen Grand Ancestor He, she knew just how powerful her great ancestor was. The first appearance was shortly after Grand Ancestor He's return to the Feathered Spirit clan. Then, the ruler of the 10,000 Beasts domain, also a giant of the 9-star sovereign realm, personally came to Feather God Mountain to seek out Grand Ancestor He, and even Luo Yu noticed that the ruler of 10,000 Beasts domain was extremely courteous to Grand Ancestor He. During the second appearance, it was even for a supremely beautiful girl that Grand Ancestor He had brought back. Luo Yu remembered that the supremely beautiful girl was named Jiang Yao. Then, the transcendent forces of the 10,000 Beasts domain, also containing 2 9-star sovereigns from North Cold Palace, saw their sovereign of the North Cold Palace personally seeking an audience with Grand Ancestor He, coming there to propose marriage for his descendant. At that time, Grand Ancestor He didn't even bother with the sovereign of the North Cold Palace, and with a single palm strike, she sent even the 9-star sovereign sprawling out of the territory of Feather God Mountain. By then, Luo Yu knew that this long-lost great ancestor was an absolutely transcendent figure even among those in the 9-star sovereign realm. And Grand Ancestor He's third appearance shocked Luo Yu even more. That appearance wasn't too long ago. It was during the last attack on the Feather God Mountain by the ferocious Beast Star domain. At that time, amidst intense battle and considerable casualties on both sides, it was said that the retreating Grand Ancestor He was disturbed and she directly came out of seclusion. Grand Ancestor He merely appeared and spoke a few words to the sovereign realm power holders of the ferocious Beast Star domain, and they directly retreated their forces. Since then, the ferocious Beast Star domain had not dared to launch another attack on the Feathered Spirit clan, only stationing themselves far away to monitor Feather God Mountain. Hearing that the young man before her was related to Grand Ancestor He, how could Luo Yu not be utterly astonished? Luo Yu then saw that the sovereigns of Feather God Mountain who had been disturbed seemed to recognize the supreme divine light emitted from the token in the young man's hand, each of them respectfully sitting in midair, gazing towards the deepest parts of Feather God Mountain. It's rumored the great ancestor is in seclusion. I wonder if the great ancestor could hear this divine light and sound activated by this young man. As this thought flashed through Luo Yu's mind, the next moment, she saw a burst of extreme light flying out from the deepest parts of Feather God Mountain, and in an instant, a figure appeared in the void. This figure, who else could it be if not the familiar Grand Ancestor He to all warriors of the Feathered Spirit clan? As soon as Grand Ancestor He appeared, his eyes were fixed directly on the young man standing beside Divine Venerable Luo Yu. Upon seeing the young man seemingly engulfed in flames, his eyes dull, as if plunging into insanity, Divine Venerable Luo Yu was surprised and shocked, even her always composed Grand Ancestor He showing a change of expression. "Yi Chun, Divine Venerable Luo, you also heard Mrs. He call out the young man's name.
Yichen.
Divine Venerable Luo, you felt as though she had heard this name before, apparently related to Zhang Yao, the stunning young girl brought back by Grand Ancestor He. However, at this moment, Divine Venerable Luo, you had no time to ponder further, as she noticed her rarely seen Grand Ancestor He suddenly making a move, a shocking divine power completely enveloping the young man by her side. Under this divine power, the fiery red hue swiftly receded from the young man's body, even his eyes clearing up. Divine Venerable Luoyu then heard the young man, upon regaining consciousness, loudly calling out to Mrs. He, "Grandma, quickly go save Aunt Yu Ling." This young man, of course, was Yi Chen. He finally managed to meet Mrs. He before completely entering a state of backlash-induced madness. Within the 18 Mist Mountains, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was feeling her divine power draining away rapidly. She did not expect that those who came from the ferocious beast star domain to besiege her were so well prepared, with such numerous methods. Even though she was among the stronger Upper Immortal Divine Venerables, facing the combined assault of 3 Upper Immortal Divine Venerables, 2 Middle Immortal Divine Venerables, and 4 Lower Immortal Divine Venerables from the ferocious beast star domain, she was completely at a disadvantage. Especially those 4 Lower Immortal Divine Venerables, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable noticed, they were originally pursuing the 2 Lower Immortal Divine Venerables, Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua from the 10,000 Beasts domain. Now, having returned and joined the siege against her, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable felt a heaviness in her heart. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable had a premonition that the return of these 4 meant that Divine Venerable Mengyan and Divine Venerable Menqua were likely in grave danger. With these 4 joining in, the already immense pressure on Feather Spirit Divine Venerable intensified, and she was completely overwhelmed in the assault. If it wasn't for her possession of the protective miraculous treasure, Heaven Releasing Cover, she might have already perished at their hands. Seeing her divine power about to deplete for the 3rd time, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable gritted her teeth and released the Heaven Releasing Cover once again. In an instant, a 100-meter-wide light shield appeared around Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. The moment the light shield formed, it completely repelled the people from the ferocious beast star domain besieging her, leaving only Feather Spirit Divine Venerable within the shield. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable then hurriedly positioned herself within the light shield, rapidly recovering her divine power. Even those Upper Immortal Divine Venerables from the ferocious beast star domain could not penetrate the repulsion of the Heaven Releasing Cover, which was clearly an immensely powerful defensive ultimate heavenly artifact. Outside the light shield, seeing themselves being repelled again, the leading Upper Immortal Divine Venerable Mysterious Morning from the ferocious beast star domain clenched his teeth in frustration. Let's quickly activate the Essence Piercing All. The previous 2 times, we almost managed to break this light shield with the Essence Piercing All, but each time Feather Spirit recovered her divine power and retracted the shield. This time, we must destroy the shield and kill her before she can recover her divine power. In the midst of speaking, Mysterious Morning waved his hand, producing a snow-white divine needle in his palm. With a pinch of a spell in his hand, this snow-white divine needle instantly transformed into 100 meters long, radiating a terrifying cold light. Seeing the snow-white divine needle launched, the other Immortal Divine Venerables from the ferocious beast star domain hurriedly infused their divine power into the divine needle. The snow-white divine needle instantly released a brilliant divine light, furiously attacking the Heaven Releasing Cover, enveloping Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Bang! 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 Each attack from the snow-white divine needle made the Heaven Releasing Cover tremble, but after a few flashes of divine light on the shield, it restored its calm. Apparently, the snow-white divine needle could not break the Heaven Releasing Cover in a short period. The Master took out the ultimate heavenly artifact, Essence Piercing All, and we couldn't kill this Feather Spirit and obtain the extreme heavenly supreme seal. The Master will definitely be furious with us. The previous attempts with various methods could not break the shield completely. This time, we must not hesitate. Everyone, use the taboo skills. Upon hearing the words, taboo skills, the faces of the several immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain changed. But taboo skills will consume lifeblood, causing major detriment to the life origin, someone unwillingly voiced. Humph. If you can't complete the master's task, you might not even survive, so why worry about life being consumed? Act quickly, under the furious command of the leading mysterious morning. He was the first to execute the taboo skill. Seeing this, the other several also bit their teeth and spewed out several mouthfuls of essence blood, their bodies instantly blazing with bloodlight. When all 9 immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain deployed the taboo skills, their surge divine power increased by 50 to 60%. And as this power was channeled into the snow-white divine needle, the divine needle instantly pounded the heaven-releasing cover to keep caving in. Even though the heaven-releasing cover quickly resumed its original shape, its recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed it was being pounded inward. Given how things were going, it was just a matter of time before the heaven-releasing cover would be shattered. Chapter 850-. Wrath of Heaven and Earth. Hearing the rapid thump-thump-thump of attacks above her head, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, who was inside the heaven-releasing cover restoring her divine power, immediately felt a surge of urgency. She knew that the people from the ferocious beast star domain would not let her recover her divine power in peace, and they would definitely try every possible method to break the heaven-releasing cover and kill her on the spot. Just from the sound of the attacks right now, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable could tell that this time, she probably wouldn't be able to fully recover her divine power before the heaven-releasing cover was breached. But there was nothing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable could do about it. If she went out now, with her divine power not yet recovered, she would also be undoubtedly doomed. Restore my divine power as quickly as possible. Restore as much as I can before the heaven-releasing cover is breached. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable gritted her teeth, pinched her spell with both hands, and the divine light on her body shone even more brilliantly. On one side, outside the heaven-releasing cover, 3 upper immortal divine venerables, 2 middle immortal divine venerables, and 4 lower immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain, a total of 9 immortal divine venerables, were crazily driving the essence-piercing all to attack. On the other side was Feather Spirit Divine Venerable inside the heaven-releasing cover, rapidly restoring her divine power. This tense situation made the onlooking martial artists of the ferocious beast star domain around them become anxious as well. They did not know whether Feather Spirit Divine Venerable could withstand the siege of their immortal divine venerables, nor did they know if, after spending so much time, their immortal divine venerables could successfully kill Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. After this anxious wait had continued for a little over 2 incense sticks worth of time, those onlooking martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain unexpectedly cried out in surprise. Because, under the relentless assault of their 9 immortal divine venerables, using taboo skills and expending essence blood to drive the essence-piercing all, they finally, in a frenzied attack, caused the heaven-releasing cover to cave in completely, and in an instant, completely pierced through the heaven-releasing cover. Boom! The breached, heaven-releasing cover, as if it were wounded, rapidly shrank and turned into a strand of divine light, flying into Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's body. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, who was sitting in meditation inside the heaven-releasing cover and restoring her divine power, was once again exposed to the siege of the 9 immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she had only just recovered 60% of her divine power. Her depleted divine power was far from fully restored, and her combat power would be greatly diminished. All her mind and spirit, immersed in the rapid restoration of divine power, had never anticipated that the heaven-releasing cover would be breached so quickly. The 9 immortal divine venerables from the ferocious beast star domain were unexpectedly overjoyed. They looked at the pale face of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and let out cold laughs. But their leader, the upper immortal divine venerable Mysterious Morning, smiled coldly towards Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and said, You Ling, my friend, this time, let's see how you will resist our siege. If you know what's good for you, hand over the extreme heavenly supreme seal, and we might let you keep your whole corpse. Otherwise, we won't mind turning you to dust. In your dreams, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable certainly would not sit and wait for death. She immediately took out her combat divine weapon, a white divine whip, looked at Mysterious Morning and others, and coldly said, "Even though my divine power is not completely restored, you couldn't kill me before, and you still can't kill me now. You are bold indeed. My extreme heavenly supreme seal is to be given to my mentor, the great 9-star sovereign Mrs. He. You even dare to make a move to snatch it. I have already sent someone to notify my mentor about your siege. Once Mrs. He arrives, she will surely execute you all." The words of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable only made the crowd from the ferocious beast star domain burst into loud laughter. The leading immortal divine Venerable Mysterious Morning even scoffed at Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and said, "We dare to ambush you because we're not afraid of your mentor. After we kill you and take the treasure into our possession, we will destroy all the evidence, and your mentor won't know you died here. As for sending someone to send a message, humph. Those who fled from your side have all been killed by us, including the 2 lower immortal divine venerables at your side. Your deaths will be unknown to gods and ghosts alike. Let's see who will find out it was our doing." Mysterious Morning had already been briefed on the results of the earlier encirclement by his subordinates. On the side of the 10,000 Beasts domain, all were dead, clear and simple, besides a lower god king youth whose fate between life and death was unknown. As for that lower god king youth whose fate was unknown, Mysterious Morning did not take it to heart at all. On one hand, he was told by his subordinates that that lower god king had most likely perished alongside their 2 heavenly divine venerables. On the other hand, being just a lower god king, even if he escaped, he wouldn't affect the overall situation. In his eyes, even if Feather Spirit Divine Venerable sent someone for help, she would not send a lower god king. She would definitely send at least someone of the heavenly divine venerable or immortal divine venerable level. And those heavenly and immortal divine venerables had all been killed. Under such circumstances, Mysterious Morning naturally was not worried about Mrs. E coming after them. He had already regarded Feather Spirit Divine Venerable as a dish ready to be served. Hearing Mysterious Morning say that those who escaped had all been killed, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Yi Chun also died at the hands of these men? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, it was cast aside by Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. No, Yi Chun will definitely not die. Such a miraculous youth, and with a lower god king realm concealing combat power means, those men definitely can't catch him. I believe Yi Chun can definitely make it to Feather God Mountain, to find Mrs. He. With this belief, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable became even more determined to live on. She was resolved to hold out until Mrs. He arrived, for as long as she possibly could. Since Yu Ling insists on a dying struggle, let's end her journey sooner. Seeing the determined look on Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, Mysterious Morning no longer wished to waste time with her. With a grand wave of his hand, he issued orders directly to the several immortal divine venerables beside him. Boom! 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 The 9 immortal divine venerables of the ferocious beast star domain simultaneously surged with astonishing divine power. In an instant, they launched another joint attack on Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. They had already shattered Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's heaven-releasing cover, and even at the cost of expending their lifeblood. Under such circumstances, they naturally wanted to kill the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable sooner rather than later to return and claim their rewards. The assault from the ferocious beast star domain side was unrelentingly fierce, and the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, clutching at her last hope, turned her wrist over and unleashed all her combat power means, resisting the attack of the 9 combined forces. A battle between 10 immortal divine venerables was beyond terrifying. The conflict was so intense that the entire heavens and earth seemed to shatter. The group of heavenly god venerables, earth divine venerables, and divine kings spectating in the ferocious beast star domain quickly distanced themselves far away, not daring to get close to the battleground at all. From afar, these spectators were filled with indescribable sentiment. They never expected that the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable of the 10,000 Beasts domain, also an upper immortal Divine Venerable, would be so powerful that she could withstand such a long onslaught from the 9 immortal Divine Venerables. Even now, with her divine power not fully recovered, she could still withstand the joint attack of the 9. Meanwhile, they also felt a sense of lamentation. This time, the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was truly going to fall. As they watched the battle, they could clearly sense the shift in the battlefield. In previous encounters, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable could counterattack even when at a disadvantage, thanks to the heaven-releasing cover, aiding her recovery of divine power. But this time, without fully recovering her divine power, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable no longer had any strength to counter and could only resist an endless barrage of lethal moves. Passive defense. In such a state, once her divine power was exhausted, there would certainly be no possibility of survival. Although Feather Spirit Divine Venerable is formidable, her death is certain. I bet, in no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Mysterious Morning and the others will slay her, said the martial artists of the Ferocious Beast Star domain amidst the audience, even making mocking bets. The others, though they felt some sentiment towards the dying Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, were after all people of the Ferocious Beast Star domain, in the midst of an evil transformation, with unstoppable murderous intent. Seeing such a powerful immortal Divine Venerable from the opposing 10,000 Beasts domain about to die, and hearing the jokes and bets around them, these people also sneered and were ready to enjoy the spectacle. Even when Mysterious Morning launched a fierce attack with the essence-piercing all that sent Feather Spirit Divine Venerable flying backwards for hundreds of meters, causing her to vomit mouthfuls of blood, those martial artists from the Ferocious Beast Star domain began to clap and cheer loudly. However, their applause and cheers came to an abrupt halt in that very moment, because they suddenly heard a clear, angry snort emanating from void heaven above. It was this very snort that made the spectating martial artists from the Ferocious Beast Star domain feel an intense chill encompassing their bodies. All of them, hundreds in number, seemed to be instantly frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. To their shock, they discovered that the 9 immortal Divine Venerables who were attacking Feather Spirit Divine Venerable seemed as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer and simultaneously flew backward thousands of meters, emitting extremely miserable screams. What was happening? This really sent shivers through their divine souls. Meanwhile, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, who had been sent flying and vomiting blood from the attack, already despairing and feeling that her life was lost, suddenly noticed something amiss and lifted her head sharply. The next moment, her beautiful eyes filled with overwhelming surprise and joy, because she saw an old crone descending from the sky with a young man. It was the Mrs. He she had been so fervently hoping to arrive. And Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun is still alive. He really made it to Feather God Mountain. A myriad of thoughts flipped through Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's mind in an instant, and all the weariness in her body seemed to vanish in that very moment. Her eyes brimming with tears, she looked up towards the heavens and called out, "Grandma!" Then, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable found herself wrapped in a warm divine power and instantly transported beside Mrs. He and Yi-Chun. She heard Yi-Chun's voice, "Aunt Yuling, I have completed the task you entrusted me with." She also heard Mrs. He's words, "Yuling, take a moment to recuperate. Leave the rest to me." Feather Spirit Divine Venerable nodded vigorously, unable to contain her excitement. At this moment, boom! Mrs. He's divine eyes directly gazed upon the 9 immortal Divine Venerables of the Ferocious Beast Star domain, as well as the hundreds of martial artists spectating from the Star domain. With a grand gesture, she reached out into the void. All the 9 immortal Divine Venerables from the Ferocious Beast Star domain, along with everyone else, were apprehended by a force they couldn't possibly resist and brought before Mrs. He in the void. All of them involuntarily knelt within the void. Chapter 851 – Sovereign's Punishment. The 9 immortal Divine Venerables of the Ferocious Beast Star domain were shivering with cold, struck to the core with utmost horror. How could they have imagined their meticulously prepared and flawless plan would have such an oversight? To think that they had brought upon themselves such a fearsome figure. How could this be possible? Their battle with the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable hadn't even lasted a day. How could Mrs. He of Feather God Mountain possibly know about it and make it here in such a short time? The 9 immortal Divine Venerables immediately noticed Yi Chun standing beside Mrs. He. A lower God King youth? An image flashed through their minds. It seemed that this youth was the very one who had fled beside Feather Spirit Divine Venerable on the flying boat earlier. However, back then they didn't even take notice of such a trifling lower God King, thinking that any Divine King or Earth Divine Venerable under their command could kill such an insignificant figure. Now seeing this youth alive, the 9 immortal Divine Venerables suddenly thought of something. They thought of that lower God King youth who had been pursued by one of their heavenly Divine Venerables and had ultimately vanished. Could it really be him? They had assumed that the lower God King youth was dead, but unexpectedly, he had appeared right beside Mrs. He. It must have been him who found Mrs. He. Surely it was he who told her about what happened here. In an instant, realization dawned upon the 9 immortal Divine Venerables like an epiphany. However, even with this realization, the 9 immortal Divine Venerables remained completely baffled. How could a mere lower God King kill 2 middle heavenly Divine Venerables? How could he have arrived at the incredibly distant Feather God Mountain in such a short time to find help? While these 9 were awakened and deeply perplexed, among the ranks of heavenly Divine Venerables, Earth Divine Venerables, and Divine King martial artists in the ferocious beast star domain, several of them also wore expressions of utter disbelief. Among these individuals were 3 Middle God Kings and 5 Earth Divine Venerables, who were precisely those who had previously pursued Yi Chun. After 2 Heavenly Divine Venerables took up the pursuit of Yi Chun, they had ceased their own chase. Seeing that the 2 Heavenly Divine Venerables hadn't returned, their hearts were pounding. Later, when they heard the investigating Immortal Divine Venerable Strongmen say that the lower God King youth was likely to have perished together with the 2 Heavenly Divine Venerables, they couldn't believe it. No matter what, they never expected that the 2 pursuing Middle Heavenly Divine Venerables would be the ones to die, while this youth remained unharmed, even managing to bring over a 9-star sovereign. Oh heavens! Could it be that this lower God King youth has the power to slay Middle Heavenly Divine Venerables? Even now, despite knowing they have caused a calamity of epic proportions, they couldn't believe this situation would actually occur. Their panic, disbelief, and even extreme terror were plainly visible to Yi Chun, yet his heart was utterly undisturbed. How these people would be dealt with was up to Mrs. He's decision. Yi Chun harbored not the slightest sympathy for these individuals. Not to mention that they had killed so many martial artists in the 10,000 Beasts domain, he himself had nearly perished by their hands. Thinking of the backlash from the blue extreme ice flame, he almost couldn't endure it, and still felt a residual fear. Even after Mrs. He intervened to dispel the backlash of the blue extreme ice flame, calming it down, Yi Chun dared not casually invoke the blue extreme ice flame again. Mrs. He herself had said that the blue extreme ice flame was too terrifying and that without the strength of a truly powerful sovereign, it would be difficult to suppress. Yi Chun, on this occasion, was fortunate to encounter Mrs. He during the backlash, thus resolving the crisis. But if the next backlash happened without Mrs. He present or without anyone else's help, if it truly backlashed and he suffered irreversible damage to his life origin, it could indeed harm him. A wound to the life origin would absolutely affect his cultivation in the future and even prevent him from ever advancing to a higher realm, to remain forever within the Divine King realm. Hearing such frightful outcomes, Yi Chun was naturally extremely fearful. Yi Chun knew that invoking the blue extreme ice flame previously was a necessity, in a moment of life-threatening danger, unavoidable. But Yi Chun also knew that in the future, he must make further preparations to avoid the blue extreme ice flames backlash from reoccurring time and again. He had already experienced the backlash twice. Once he was saved by Long Li, and this time by Mrs. He. If there were to be a third time, he might not be so lucky in solving the backlash. Right after being rescued from the backlash by Mrs. He, who had informed him of its severity, Yichen firmly decided that, on one hand, he should not casually make use of the blue extreme ice flame, and on the other hand, he needed to master the entirety of the blue extreme ice flame, quickly to eliminate any potential threats. To fully master the blue extreme ice flame, he could only rely on advancing his realm and the cultivation of the primordial star scripture. Long Li mastered her portion of the blue extreme ice flame entirely with the cultivation technique within the Star Luo God Ring. Along with her formidable realm, Yichen believed he too could soon reach this level. The thoughts flashing through Yichen's mind lasted but a moment. At this moment, Mrs. He, who had completely subdued the several hundred members of the ferocious beast star domain and made them kneel in the void, did not pay any attention to these people at all. Mrs. He's gaze was directed towards the 9 heavens not far away. Following that, with a flick of her finger in the air, the void hundreds of feet around the 9 heavens instantly shattered, revealing a vast black hole. Within the black hole, it seemed as if endless divine light was shimmering, its mysterious nature unknowable. Mrs. He directly addressed the black hole in the 9 heavens with a cold voice. "Qi Jiu, you sent so many people to ambush my disciple, and now that I have arrived here, aren't you going to show yourself? Could it be that you want me to personally drag you out from Luofeng Divine Mountain?" Qi Jiu? Upon hearing Mrs. He mention this name, Yichen felt a stir in his heart. He had previously heard from Feather Spirit Divine Venerable that the leader of the ferocious beast star domain martial artists who were ambushing them was a disciple of someone called Sovereign Qi Jiu. Yichen had not expected that Mrs. He would stand here and seemingly speak directly to this Sovereign Qi Jiu. If Yichen could see an even greater scene, he would be even more astounded. As Mrs. He shattered the void above her into a black hole in the 9 heavens, in a place unimaginably far from their position, a vast black hole also appeared in the void near Luofeng Divine Mountain in the northern part of the 10,000 Beasts domain. And Mrs. He's words, despite the immense distance, directly passed through that black hole to the territory of Luofeng Divine Mountain, shocking everyone there. Especially outside Luofeng Divine Mountain, in the large army of the ferocious beast star domain. A 7-star sovereign clad in a green robe changed color dramatically. This green-robed 7-star sovereign was indeed that Sovereign Qi Jiu, the master of the 3 upper immortal divine venerables who were responsible for the ambush on Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. "It's over, we've been exposed." Upon hearing Mrs. He's transmitted words, Sovereign Qi Jiu panically glanced at the 3 sovereigns beside him. Finally, gritting his teeth and with a few flickers in his gaze, he vanished from his position. As Sovereign Qi Jiu disappeared, the 3 sovereigns next to him also furrowed their brows and vanished from sight. At the same time, inside the Luofeng Divine Mountain, 2 other sovereigns of the 10,000 Beasts domain, having heard Mrs. He's transmission and sensing the disappearance of these ferocious beast star domain sovereigns, also vanished from within Luofeng Divine Mountain. In the mountains of 18 mists, shortly after Mrs. He finished speaking, the void vibrated and surged. Sovereign Qi Jiu, along with the other 3 sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain, indeed appeared in the void as summoned by Mrs. He's cold command. "Master!" The several hundred martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain, who had resigned themselves to death, were overjoyed to suddenly see 4 sovereigns arrive on their side. And their leader, the upper immortal divine venerable mysterious morning, exclaimed in surprise. Bang! Just as he cried out, before his master Sovereign Qi Jiu could respond, Mrs. He's divine eye directly gazed at him, and without any apparent action from Mrs. He, mysterious morning had one arm instantly severed, spraying blood and flesh. "Did you think the arrival of your master would save your lives? I called him here to properly settle this account." Mrs. He's voice directly reached mysterious morning, terrifying him so much that his screams abruptly stopped. At this moment, Sovereign Qi Jiu's expression changed as he flew in front of mysterious morning and the others, his facial muscles uncontrollably twitching as he looked at Mrs. He. Finally unable to restrain himself any longer, he spoke up. "He in front of me, you've cut off my disciple's arm, Have you forgotten the agreement that sovereigns cannot interfere in conflicts and battles of those beneath the sovereign realm, as ordained by our two great divine kingdoms? As he spoke, the three sovereigns who had accompanied him also flew to his side. Two of these sovereigns were 7-star sovereigns, and one was an 8-star sovereign. Now, this 8-star sovereign spoke as well. Isn't this a case of bullying by the strong? Looking at the demeanor of these few sovereigns, although they somewhat feared Mrs. He, they now seemed to be banding together to confront Mrs. He, exerting pressure on her. What, only the sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain are numerous? Boom! Boom! As the 4 sovereigns were confronting Mrs. He head-on, 2 voices came from the void. The 2 sovereigns from the 10,000 beasts domain who had disappeared along with them also revealed themselves, and after bowing to Mrs. He, stood behind her, glaring at the 4 sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain. These 2 factions were originally opponents in the battle for Luofeng Divine Mountain between the 2 divine nations, so naturally, they were now in sharp opposition. Mrs. He raised her hand, then looked towards another point in the void, directly addressing them. Since so many friends have shown themselves, Chi Wu, you 5 sovereigns responsible for monitoring my Feather God Mountain, having followed me all this way, why hide? Show yourselves. After Mrs. He's words fell, robust laughter echoed through the void. I said, we cannot hide from He Senior's detection. He Senior, excuse our rudeness. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 5 figures descended. These 5 figures were indeed 5 sovereigns from the side of the ferocious beast star domain, one of whom, like Mrs. He, was a 9-star sovereign of great power. Chapter 852- Extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal. This 9-star sovereign of immense power is none other than Chi Wu, referred to by Mrs. He, the renowned sovereign Chi Wu, from the ferocious beast star domain. With the arrival of these 5 sovereigns, the number of master sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain has increased to 9. In contrast, on the 10,000 beasts domain side, there are only Mrs. He and the 2 sovereigns from Luofeng Divine Mountain, totaling 3 sovereigns. Yet, Mrs. He's expression remained unchanged, as if even if the number of sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain who had arrived were 3 times that of the 10,000 beasts domain, she didn't hold them in the slightest regard. Mrs. He could remain indifferent. But at the scene, whether it was Yi Chan or the divine kings and venerable sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain, they were all shocked to their core. They never expected that an assassination attempt would draw so many influential figures. And these were no ordinary influential figures. The dozen or so sovereigns present included even the least powerful among them being 7-star sovereigns, and even 2 of the most powerful 9-star sovereigns had arrived. Normally, it would be impossible for them to encounter so many influential individuals at once. As they were astonished, at the same time, a glimmer of hope emerged in the hearts of the martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain. Their side's master sovereigns clearly had the upper hand, which significantly increased their chances of survival. However, to their surprise, even after all the master sovereigns had appeared, facing 9 sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain, Mrs. He did not show any sign of weakness. Mrs. He simply swept her divine eye over everyone present and openly declared, now that everyone who has come here has shown themselves, let's settle this matter completely and cleanly. Yu Ling is my disciple. In the past, following me through the universe, we accidentally trespassed into the star death realm, which led her to be delayed outside for millions of years, even having her realm sealed as an upper immortal divine venerable for those millions of years. Otherwise, she would have already stepped into the sovereign realm by now, and her cultivation might even be higher than some of yours. So, I owe an apology to my disciple Yu Ling. Hearing Mrs. He's words, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable beside Yi Chan hurriedly spoke out, Grandma, Yu Ling does not blame you. If we hadn't gone to the star death realm, we wouldn't have met Lord Emperor Yen, let alone Yaoer and Yi Chan. Although it delayed my cultivation, the enlightenment over those millions of years has steadied my mind, and I am sure that I will reach the sovereign realm one day. Mrs. He stopped Feather Spirit Divine Venerable from continuing to speak and looked at the 9 great sovereigns of the ferocious beast star domain, saying, I am saying this to make it clear that even though there is an agreement between the sovereigns of the 10,000 beasts domain and the ferocious beast star domain that during major battles between the 2 divine kingdoms, sovereigns should not interfere in conflicts below the level of sovereign realm, but this time someone went after the treasure held by my disciple, tried to assassinate my disciple, and in doing so, hundreds of innocent lives were lost. I will avenge my disciple and those hundreds of deceased. Whoever disagrees, feel free to confront me. I want to see who can stop me. Dominance. Even facing the 9 great sovereigns of the ferocious beast star domain, Mrs. He was still unparalleled in her dominance. This made Yi Chen's heart surge with emotion. Yi Chen had not expected that Mrs. He, usually so composed, would have such an authoritative side. This must be the absolute confidence that comes with absolute strength. Upon hearing Mrs. He's words, more than 500 people from the ferocious beast star domain kneeling in the void were filled with sheer terror. The leading upper immortal divine venerable, Mysterious Morning, shouted out loud, Master, save us! Chi Wu, you must save us! Our ferocious beast star domain has always been mortal enemies with the 10,000 beast star domain. It's no big deal to kill more of them. This Mysterious Morning was still yelling, relying on the fact that their side had 9 great sovereigns present. But in the next moment, an earth-shattering beam of supreme divine light instantly flashed before him. Thud! Before his words even finished, he was instantly pierced through by this divine light and killed on the spot. The corpse of Mysterious Morning instantly had its divine power dissipated, became withered, and plummeted toward the ground below, where it was smashed into nothingness by the howling winds. This sudden turn of events left everyone near Mysterious Morning, with hair standing on end. Although they did not see clearly who had struck, it was clear that it must have been Mrs. He who made the move. Even with 9 great sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain present, Mrs. He dared to kill Mysterious Morning on the spot? Indeed, after Mysterious Morning had died, Mrs. He's last words to him directly entered the ears of the martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain. You say killing them is no big deal, so me killing you is no big deal either. Boom! This truly struck terror into the hearts of those people to the extreme. Do you really dare to disregard all of us? Seeing that Mrs. He killed his disciple right in front of everyone, Sovereign Chijiao, the teacher of Mysterious Morning, felt as if he had been harshly slapped in the face in front of everyone. He turned to Mrs. He, his face red with rage, and shouted. At the same time, Sovereign Chijiao was also shocked to his core. Even though he was standing right in front of Mysterious Morning, he did not sense Mrs. He's attack at all, and by the time he did, Mysterious Morning was already dead before him. This made Sovereign Chijiao shiver all over. He felt that, although he was a 7-star sovereign and had seen the methods of 9-star sovereigns, none were as strong as Mrs. He. Even as a 7-star sovereign, he probably couldn't withstand a single move from her. Sovereign Chijiao could only bolster his courage with his side's numerical advantage, and he even called out to the strongest amongst them, also a 9-star sovereign, Sovereign Chi Wu. Brother Chi Wu. Clearly, he wanted Sovereign Chi Wu to speak up for him. But to Sovereign Chijiao's surprise, Sovereign Chi Wu didn't even pay him any mind. Instead, he turned his head towards Mrs. He and said with a smile, Mrs. He, however you wish to deal with these people, feel free to proceed. Boom! This statement from Sovereign Chi Wu struck the hundreds of martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain like a bolt from the blue. Obviously, their strongest power from the ferocious beast star domain, Sovereign Chi Wu, didn't want to offend Mrs. He and had given up on them. Sovereign Chijiao was also full of disbelief. Disbelief that Sovereign Chi Wu would show such weakness to Mrs. He. However, these martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain did not know that at this moment, Sovereign Chi Wu was also incredibly frustrated. Of course, he had wanted to stand up for the side of the ferocious beast star domain. But Sovereign Chi Wu knew far better than anybody else the formidable strength of Mrs. He. After all, in the past, Mrs. He had fought with the master of this sovereign Chi-Wu, and even defeated his master. Back then, his master's combat power was much stronger than his current strength. Under such circumstances, it was clear to sovereign Chi-Wu that he was no match for Mrs. He. Therefore, when he led his troops to attack Feather God Mountain, he immediately ceased the combat as soon as Mrs. He intervened, just monitoring Feather God Mountain thereafter, daring not to wage war again. Although the evil transformation affected all martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain and required a sufficient number of martial artist deaths to quell it, for an existence like sovereign Chi-Wu, the influence of the evil transformation was extremely low. They instigated the great war between the two great divine kingdoms more for the benefits after the war, the chance to ascend beyond the sovereign realm that would be born from this galaxy after the great war. Under these circumstances, sovereign Chi-Wu was of course not going to confront Mrs. He directly and incur her deadly enmity. Even if there is no war here, other regions of the two great divine kingdoms are engaged in fierce battles, which will naturally reach the required death toll to end the evil transformation. All he had to do was wait for the war to end. Now that sovereign Chi-Wu no longer spoke up for those hundreds of martial artists, the remaining sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain naturally sensed something amiss and quietened as well. This filled the two sovereigns from Luofeng Divine Mountain, standing beside Mrs. He, with uncontainable excitement and pride. Although their side only had 3 sovereigns, with Mrs. He supporting them, they managed to silence the opposing 9 sovereigns from voicing any objections, which was incredibly satisfying. The 2 sovereigns from Luofeng Divine Mountain even purposefully asked, Mrs. He, how do you plan to deal with these people from the ferocious beast star domain? Indeed, how to deal with them? At this moment, the sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain also pondered over how Mrs. He would completely resolve this issue. And the one most panicked at heart was Sovereign Chi-Jiao. Those hundreds of martial artists who had killed so many from the 10,000 Beasts domain were probably doomed, but Sovereign Chi-Jiao was also the dark hand behind the orders to assassinate Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Seeing that Sovereign Chi-Wu no longer spoke up for them, Sovereign Chi-Jiao had already abandoned any hope of protecting his subordinates. All he hoped for now was to avoid Mrs. He's retaliation. However, his calculations came to naught. After the sovereigns from Luofeng Divine Mountain questioned, Mrs. He directly stated, "The ones who ambushed my warriors from the 10,000 Beasts domain earlier, of course, must pay with their lives. And you, Sovereign Chi-Jiao, this entire disaster stems from you. You should take your own life to show an example to the world." Take one's own life? Hearing Mrs. He's words, the several sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain were all shocked, and even Sovereign Chi-Wu raised his eyebrows. But he held back and did not intervene, only saying, "This disaster is indeed because of Chi-Jiao. I just heard it was all for the extreme heavenly supreme seal that prompted this ambush." Chi-Jiao, extreme heavenly supreme seal. Even I only managed to attain one by an extremely fortunate chance. What makes you think you can covet such a treasure? Had it been for the great war of the two great divine kingdoms, I would have spared your life. But for the sake of your own selfish gains, you must bear this consequence yourself. The words of Sovereign Chi-Wu put an end to any remaining hope Chi-Jiao might have held. In a sudden frenzy, he exclaimed, "Take my own life? In your dreams. As a 7-star sovereign, how could I commit suicide?" In his raving shouts, he flashed through the void in an instant, escaping to the boundless distance. But in the next moment, everyone saw Mrs. He gently shake her head, and from that boundless distance, a pitiful scream was heard. Following that, the entirety of heaven and earth fell into a deep silence. Sovereign Chi-Jiao fell. Subsequently, all of the 500-plus martial artists from the ferocious beast star domain who were involved in the ambush of the flying boat from the 10,000 beasts domain were also executed. All the major sovereigns from both sides, their mind and spirits shaken, carried their thoughts and dispersed. Yichun followed Mrs. He and Feather Spirit Divine Venerable as well, heading back to Feather God Mountain. On the return journey, Yichun was still deeply moved by the thought of Mrs. He suppressing 9 great sovereigns single-handedly and avenging Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's grudge. Yi-chun also looked forward to the day when he could possess such an unmatched and domineering strength. At this moment, he heard Mrs. He speaking to him. Yi-chun, do you know why Chi-jo wanted to seize the extreme heavenly supreme seal from Yu Ling's hands? Chapter 853- Ancestral God Temple and Polar Star Fragment. Yes. Why did Sovereign Chi-jo dare to risk offending Mrs. He to snatch the extreme heavenly supreme seal? Yi-chun remembered that those who ambushed Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and caught the flying boat demanded the extreme heavenly supreme seal from Feather Spirit Divine Venerable right away. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable also anticipated that these individuals were after the treasure, which is why she specifically arranged for Yi-chun to take it and escape, to deliver it first to Mrs. He. When Yi-chun handed over the treasure to Mrs. He also examined it. The extreme heavenly supreme seal appeared to be just an ordinary octagonal stone seal, showing nothing miraculous. However, from the attitude these people held towards the extreme heavenly supreme seal, and what Sovereign Chi-Wu from the ferocious beast star domain previously mentioned, that even he happened upon one by a chance coincidence, and said that Sovereign Chi-jo dreamed in vain of touching this treasure. Yi-chun knew there must be something mysteriously significant behind it. Now, hearing Mrs. He's words, Yi-chun was immensely curious. What exactly is this extreme heavenly supreme seal? Grandma, I can't guess why Sovereign Chi-jo would want to seize this treasure. Just for this object, so many from the 10,000 Beasts domain died in vain, and both Aunt Yu Ling and I nearly perished. What is so extraordinary about this treasure? Yi-chun asked Mrs. He. Mrs. He gently extended her palm, and the extreme heavenly supreme seal that Yi-chun previously handed her appeared in her hand. Looking at the object, Mrs. He sighed lightly and spoke. This extreme heavenly supreme seal is, of course, not simple. It came from the cosmic sea. The first sentence from Mrs. He sent a shock through Yi-chun's mind and spirit. Something that came from the cosmic sea. That cosmic sea, only beings beyond sovereigns can enter. The origins of this object must be incredibly precious. Seeing Yi-chun's expression, Mrs. He was somewhat surprised. Yi-chun, have you heard of the cosmic sea? In Mrs. He's eyes, Yi-chun was still in the God King realm and should not have access to the secrets of something at the level of the cosmic sea. Yi-chun nodded and said, Grandma, at the Supreme Divine Institute, I entered a predecessor's cave, and in the inscriptions he left behind, there was mention of the cosmic sea. That predecessor said that only existences beyond sovereigns can enter the cosmic sea. The cosmic sea is a boundary even more mysterious than our universe with countless divine kingdoms. Mrs. He nodded and said, Indeed, the cosmic sea is on a higher plane than our universe. It is immensely mysterious. Those not beyond sovereigns simply cannot enter it. Although I haven't entered the cosmic sea, from the scriptures left by those in my clan who are beyond sovereigns and from what I learnt from Lord Emperor Yen, who I met in the past, I also know quite a lot about the cosmic sea. It is said that in the cosmic sea, there are countless races and clans, even more than those in our universe. The strong beings of our universe must reach the realm beyond sovereign to enter the cosmic sea. However, the groups originally living in the cosmic sea are said to also have normal true gods, divine kings, divine venerables, and even sovereigns. Of course, existences beyond sovereigns are even more numerous. It is a vaster heaven and earth. In this universe, reaching the sovereign realm is already the strongest realm. This universe can no longer allow existences beyond sovereigns to enhance their combat power. So, once a sovereign breaks through to the existence beyond sovereign, they will enter into the cosmic sea, which is a higher level realm. Yi-chun, you might not know, but the rulers of all divine kingdoms in our universe, in fact, are appointed by a major power within the cosmic sea. Only those appointed by this major power can become rulers of the various divine kingdoms. Even the upcoming stellar domain genius battle in our universe is arranged by this power. Now, the rulers of various divine kingdoms, along with some powerhouses, have entered the splendid star sea to prepare for the stellar domain genius battle. Even the rulers of the divine kingdoms of the 10,000 Beasts domain and ferocious beast star domain, who are currently at war, are actually not in their kingdoms. They have all gone to the splendid star sea, as this matter is summoned by that major power. Hearing Mrs. He's words, Yi-chun was surprised once again. All the rulers of the divine kingdoms in this universe were appointed by a major power in the cosmic sea. Yi-chun had never heard such rumors about the rulers. As for the stellar domain genius battle, and the ruler's journey to the splendid star sea, that Mrs. He mentioned, Yi-chun was aware of it. He would also participate in that stellar domain genius battle. And now, the rulers of 10,000 Beasts domain as well as the East Territory King, Northern Territory King, have all gone to the splendid star sea. Yi-chun had never thought that all these matters were influenced by that major power from the cosmic sea. What kind of power is it that can control the arrangements of countless divine kingdom rulers in this universe and so many affairs? Yi-chun asked Mrs. He. Also, Granny, you suddenly mentioned this major power. Does that mean the extreme heavenly supreme seal you possess is related to that power? Mrs. He nodded. She said, this major power, known as the ancestral god temple, is extremely famous in the cosmic sea and is ruled by the grand star master Yuan Wu, a dominator of the cosmic sea. Every being in our universe, who surpasses the sovereign, upon entering the cosmic sea, gets transported into the realm governed by Star Master Yuan Wu. Therefore, it is quite normal for the ancestral god temple to oversee our universe. As for this extreme heavenly supreme seal in my possession, it is actually a boon granted by the ancestral god temple to our universe. According to the scriptures, the ancestral god temple sends a polar star fragment into our universe at regular intervals. At the same time, numerous extreme heavenly supreme seal are also dispersed. Only with the extreme heavenly supreme seal can one enter the polar star fragment crafted by the ancestral god temple. Yi-chun, do not underestimate these polar star fragments. They are crafted by the ancestral god temple and contain countless treasures and wonders, all of which are unique to the cosmic sea. It is said that some who have entered the polar star fragment have directly obtained a jug of divine wine meant for divine masters, instantly breaking through 3 realms, transforming from a 6-star sovereign to a 9-star sovereign in a moment. There are also rumors of someone who entered a cave within the polar star fragment, where divine melody resonated, and after listening, they transformed from a 9-star sovereign to a being surpassing sovereign, and upon emerging from the polar star fragment, directly entered the cosmic sea. Countless rumors circulate about the polar star fragment, and every rumor speaks of great gains. What's more precious is that it's rumored the ancestral god temple left no dangers within the polar star fragment, only sealed all treasures and wonders with special prohibitions. Anyone destined to break these prohibitions can obtain its treasures. Such a place, free of dangers and only requiring breaking prohibitions to obtain treasures, naturally attracts countless people. Once the extreme heavenly supreme seal for entering the polar star fragment appears, naturally, everyone wants to snatch it. At this point, Mrs. He looked at the octagonal stone seal in her hand and said, I never imagined that during this great battle between 2 divine kingdoms, the extreme heavenly supreme seal would appear again, and even Yu Ling got one. Based on the shape displayed by this stone seal and contrasting it with the scriptures, in another 8 years, the polar star fragment should be opening again. Chapter 854 Responsibility. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, who was nearby, also spoke up, saying, It was quite a coincidence that I obtained this extreme heavenly supreme seal. I was originally storming the multi-spirit secret realm with the other immortal divine venerables in the capital, when I inadvertently discovered this extreme heavenly supreme seal within the secret realm. The moment I saw this seal, it reminded me of the ancestral god temple that my grandmother had told me about. After the exploration of the multi-spirit secret realm ended, I hurriedly left the capital to present this treasure to my grandmother, but unexpectedly, this matter came to the knowledge of Sovereign Chijiao. Mrs. He sighed and said, Presumably, when you obtained the extreme heavenly supreme seal, you caught someone's eye, which then provoked the greed of Chijiao. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and Mrs. He were discussing matters about the extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal. But at that moment, Yi Chen's mind and spirit stirred suddenly. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable mentioned offering the treasure to Mrs. He, while Mrs. He had previously brought up rumors surrounding the extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal, which stated that those who entered the Polar Star fragment with it made great gains, were also high-profile figures at the sovereign realm. Just like those who obtained the supreme divine liquor intended for a divine master, one was a 6-star sovereign who, aided by the divine wine, instantly advanced to a 9-star sovereign. There were also those who, upon hearing the divine melody, evolved directly from a 9-star sovereign to a being surpassing the sovereign status. Could it be that the opportunities linked with the extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal and the Polar Star fragment are exclusive to sovereigns? Are they cultivations specially designed by the ancestral god temple for sovereigns? Mrs. He told him so much about the extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal. Could it be that she's trying to tell him something? While Yi Chun was contemplating, Mrs. He looked at him again. She said to Yi Chun, I've told you so much because there's something I need to discuss. Please speak, Grandma. Yi Chun listened intently. Mrs. He sighed and said, This matter also involves Yaoer. Originally, I wanted to take care of Yaoer until she cultivated to an extremely profound realm. However, she has always wanted to advance to a high-level true god soon, solidify the foundations of the cultivation technique I taught her, and then go to the Wanmu Mountain Star domain to find you. Over this past year, she has been practicing painstakingly at Feather God Mountain every day, and her hard work pains me to see. Of course, her efforts were not in vain. I thought it would take her decades or even a century to reach a high-level true god. But Yaoer has entered the true god realm within just 1 year. Moreover, she has completely solidified the foundations of the cultivation technique I taught her. Now, she and that girl, Longli, have a great chance of entering the Zishuan Treasure Palace, possibly gaining an unimaginable opportunity, and might have already broken through to the 8th Tribulation's true god, 9 Tribulation's true god, or even higher. Hearing Mrs. He mention Zhang Yao, Yi Chun too became excited. His trip to the 10,000 Beasts domain was precisely to find Zhang Yao. Previously, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable had mentioned that Zhang Yao might have entered the most mysterious Zishuan Treasure Palace in the 10,000 Beasts domain, and later, in his haste to rescue the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, Yi Chun had no time to ask Mrs. He about Zhang Yao's situation. Now that Mrs. He brought up the high likelihood of Zhang Yao entering the Zishuan Treasure Palace, how could Yi Chun not be profoundly excited? Grandma, isn't it good that Zhang Yao cultivates quickly? I would hope she advances to 8th Tribulation's true god or 9 Tribulation's true god sooner and returns to my side. Yi Chun said with a smile. Zhang Yao's talent and comprehension power have always been almost as good as Yi Chen's. She just didn't have as many opportunities as Yi Chun before. Now, with the help of Mrs. He, and the potential opportunity from the Zishuan Treasure Palace, it wasn't impossible for her to advance to 8th Tribulation's true god or 9 Tribulation's true god within a bit more than a year. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said from the side, It's good for Yaoer to advance to 9 Tribulation's true god sooner, and even better to step into the Divine King realm. Yi Chen, Grandma has said so much because she can't bear parting with Yaoer. Mrs. He nodded. Yaoer had wanted to find you before. Now, once she comes out of that Zishuan Treasure Palace, she will surely go to find you. Originally, I couldn't bear to let Yaoer leave just like that. However, given the current situation, I too might not be able to take care of Yaoer anymore. Lately, I've been feeling a call, a summons from the cosmic sea. I have a premonition that at most, in 10 years, I will break through the sovereign realm and step into the divine master realm, entering the cosmic sea. Originally, I thought it might be because of the Transcendence light following the great war between the 2 divine kingdoms, which would lead me to a mysterious realm in this galaxy and let me break through to the divine master realm. Now that Feather Spirit has obtained the extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal, it's very likely that I'll rely on this extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal to enter the Polar Star fragment, where I might achieve the divine master realm. Of course, although the Polar Star fragment is an opportunity exclusive to sovereigns, I could choose not to go to the polar star fragment. However, many sovereigns from the ferocious beast star domain must have also obtained the extreme heavenly supreme seal, and they will certainly rely on it to enter the polar star fragment. Just like Sovereign Chi Wu, who is a 9-star sovereign, he also holds an extreme heavenly supreme seal, and will definitely enter the polar star fragment. Once a sovereign from the ferocious beast star domain breaks through to a being surpassing a sovereign in the polar star fragment, it will be a catastrophe for the 10,000 beasts domain. Before they head to the cosmic sea, they will definitely conduct a blood sacrifice of countless martial artists from 10,000 beasts domain to help their fighters from their divine kingdom survive the evil transformation and end the war. Though beings surpassing a sovereign generally do not intervene in matters of evil transformation, that only happens after they proceed to the cosmic sea. If one divine kingdom sees its warriors achieve a status surpassing a sovereign during the war between the two divine kingdoms, the other divine kingdom will suffer great losses, as the occurrence of the evil transformation requires enough deaths of warriors. They definitely will kill more fighters from the opposing side, unwilling to have more of their own divine kingdom's warriors die. In such circumstances, I must strive to break through to a being surpassing a sovereign as early as possible, to ensure that our 10,000 beasts domain does not suffer losses in the Great War. Therefore, I must make use of the extreme heavenly supreme seal, and I have to go to the polar star fragment. At this point, Mrs. He looked towards Yi-chun with an extremely solemn expression. No matter whether I break through to the divine master realm in the polar star fragment, or after the great battle between the two divine kingdoms ends, in that mysterious boundary of the starry river, I have a feeling that I will soon step into the divine master realm. Although I can still return after stepping into the divine master realm, even if I go to the cosmic sea, I won't be able to take care of Yaoer like I do here in the 10,000 beasts domain. Therefore, Yi-chun, I'm afraid that after I leave, Yaoer will come back looking for you even more. I'm telling you all this because I want to entrust you with taking good care of Yaoer. Hearing Mrs. He's words, Yi-chun finally understood what Mrs. He was truly worried about. It turns out Mrs. He was reluctant to part with Zhang Yao, but she also foresaw that she might have to leave the 10,000 beasts domain for the cosmic sea within 10 years. Hence, she was concerned about Zhang Yao's future and entrusted Yi-chun with her care. Regarding Mrs. He's request, Yi-chun firmly waved his hand and said, "Grandmother, you don't need to say it. I will take good care of Zhang Yao. I care about her even more than you do." Mrs. He nodded her head. "Of course I know the relationship between you and Yaoer. What worries me is that your strength is too weak to properly protect her. After I leave, although Yu Ling and the others are immortal divine venerables, they are still no match for the sovereign realm powerhouses. Under such circumstances, many matters and pressures will have to be borne by you alone." Mrs. He's words shook Yi-chun's mind and spirit. Yi-chun suddenly felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow even heavier. Indeed, as Mrs. He said, without her to take care of Zhang Yao, the most crucial responsibility of looking after Zhang Yao would fall on him. Although he is extraordinarily powerful compared to others at the same realm, he is still too weak in this vast universe. More importantly, Mrs. He does not even know about the many issues he is facing. Whether it is the matter of Heavenly God Mountain or his journey to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to fulfill Huyen Divine Master's wish. If he cannot resolve these two issues, he might directly lose his life. Under such circumstances, how could he take care of Zhang Yao? No, I must survive and become even stronger. Yi-chun clenched his fists tightly. He and Zhang Yao had promised to venture through countless star domains together. And since Zhang Yao was working hard, he must strive even harder. Thinking of this, Yi-chun looked directly at Mrs. He and solemnly said, "Grandmother, rest assured, within these 10 years before you leave, I will enhance my strength even further. No matter any storm, I will shoulder it with Zhang Yao and venture together." Seeing the seriousness in Yi-chun's expression, Mrs. He nodded. She said, "Yi-chun, I've said so much because I hope you will not be satisfied with your current achievements and neglect your cultivation. As for the safety of Yaoer, and your own safety, you need not worry too much. Although I will be going to the cosmic sea in the future, I can still come back. If anyone bullies you and Yaoer, just seek out your Aunt Yuling and the others. The most important thing is to survive. If there are any grievances that cannot be resolved, wait for me to return from the cosmic sea, and I will help you resolve them. Mrs. He's words warmed Yi Chen's heart. But Yi Chen thought to himself that he could not always depend on his elders. Only by becoming strong himself was the key. Grandmother, once we return to Feather God Mountain, I will meet with the other aunts and then go find Zhang Yao and the others. Aunt Yuling said that Zhang Yao went to the Ice Emperor realm. I will also go there to take a look, Yi Chen said to Mrs. He. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable then spoke. Yi Chen, if Zhang Yao is in the Zixuan Treasure Palace, you might not be able to find her. Mrs. He also looked at Yi Chen. Zixuan Treasure Palace is like the mysterious ice cave of your 10,000 beasts domain. Only those destined can enter. I have calculated that there's a 99% chance that Yaoer has entered the Zixuan Treasure Palace. It will indeed be very difficult for you to find them. Yi Chen nodded. Even if I can't find her, I still want to go to the Ice Emperor realm to feel a bit more at peace. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and Mrs. He both nodded and didn't try to dissuade him further. They knew Yi Chen missed Zhang Yao and was determined to find out for himself. Just like Mrs. He in the past, who also searched extensively in the Ice Emperor realm before she was completely assured of Zhang Yao's safety. At this moment, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable seemed to think of something and said to Yi Chen, "Right, Yi Chen, the materials needed for your cultivation of the Eternal God Body are available in Feather God Mountain. If you really are going to the Ice Emperor realm, I will collect the materials for you in the meantime, and when you come back from the Ice Emperor realm, I will give them to you." Chapter 855- Slaughterfield. This time, Yi Chen ultimately did not meet Zhang Yao and Long Li. After going to Feather God Mountain with Mrs. He, the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, the next day, Yi Chen set off alone for the Ice Emperor realm in the 10,000 Beasts domain. In the end, after spending 10 days scouring the Ice Emperor realm, Yi Chen still did not catch a glimpse of Zhang Yao and Long Li. On the 7th day of searching for the two ladies, Yi Chen used the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transformations divine skill from the 5th chapter, Tai chapter, of the Primordial Star Scripture, transforming into a swimming fish. In the depths of a vast ocean within the Ice Emperor realm, he found a floating palace tinged with the color of Zixuan. Yi Chen realized that this might well be the Zixuan Treasure Palace of the 10,000 Beasts domain. Yi Chen had a premonition that Zhang Yao and Long Li were possibly inside this Zixuan Treasure Palace. But Yi Chen had no fate with this Zixuan Treasure Palace, and simply could not enter it. In the end, Yi Chen could only silently keep company outside the Zixuan Treasure Palace, where Zhang Yao and Long Li were likely to be, for 3 days before leaving. Although he did not meet Zhang Yao and Long Li, but this trip to the 10,000 Beasts domain was still a considerable gain for Yi Chen. He learned that not only were Zhang Yao and Long Li not in any danger, but they had also entered the Zixuan Treasure Palace, which completely eased his worried mind. More importantly, Yi Chen knew that the reunion with Zhang Yao was just a matter of time. In no more than 10 years, he could stay with Zhang Yao forever. At the same time, another great gain for Yi Chen was that he had unexpectedly gathered most of the materials for cultivating the Eternal God Body during this trip to the 10,000 Beasts domain. Originally, he had planned to first gather the materials for cultivating the Earth Divine Pattern, the first divine body pattern of the Eternal God Body. Mrs. He, the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, had also previously agreed to help him find the 2 main materials for cultivating the Earth Divine Pattern within Feather God Mountain. However, after learning that he wished to cultivate the Eternal God Body, Mrs. He took special efforts to collect materials for him. Aside from a dozen special materials, Mrs. He provided Yi Chen with almost all of the materials needed for cultivating the 5 divine patterns of the Eternal God Body in one go. Mrs. He said that this was also a little help for Yi Chen in his cultivation before she set off for the Cosmic Sea. For Mrs. He, it was just a little help, but for Yi Chen, it was an absolute surprise. One should know that aside from being extremely difficult to cultivate, another major challenge for the Eternal God Body was the difficulty in preparing the materials. To collect all the materials for cultivating the 5 divine patterns of the eternal God body, many sovereign realm experts might spend their entire fortunes and still not be able to procure them. It's only for someone like Mrs. He, a 9-star sovereign of peak status, that these costly materials would not be a concern. Yi-chun had been worried about gathering the materials, but with Mrs. He's provided materials, although there were still about a dozen special materials not yet found, he no longer needed to worry too much about materials for cultivating the eternal God body. The most important thing was that the 36 main materials and 72 auxiliary materials required for cultivating the first Earth divine pattern had all been collected this time. The missing dozen or so special materials were needed for cultivating the later divine patterns. Under these circumstances, after this trip to the 10,000 Beasts domain, Yi-chun could finally commence the full cultivation of the Earth divine pattern of the eternal God body. To cultivate the eternal God body, one must cultivate the earth, fire, water, wind, chaos 5 divine body patterns, and only after the previous one is fully cultivated can the next one be cultivated. Now that the materials for the earth divine pattern have been prepared, I will first succeed in cultivating this divine pattern. In the process, I can also search for the special materials needed for the later patterns. I aim to cultivate the earth divine pattern to the great accomplishment realm before heading to Heavenly God Mountain. Yi-chun contemplated in his heart the power of the eternal God body, as mentioned by both the Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and Long Li, even at the level of sovereign, belongs to the strongest. It's said that succeeding in cultivating all 5 divine patterns is impossible for many sovereigns. But Yi-chun would not be striving for what was beyond his grasp. He planned to cultivate step by step and progress as far as he could. It was said once the Earth divine pattern was successfully cultivated, the power of the eternal God body would be able to withstand the attacks of many heavenly God sovereigns. Naturally, Yi-chun intended to turn this weakness into a strong aspect of his cultivation before entering Heavenly God Mountain. After returning from the Ice Emperor realm, Yi-chun then proceeded to Feather God Mountain. Since Zhang Yao and Long Li were not in Feather God Mountain, Yi-chun could not stay there for long. After all, he had to prepare for the journey to Heavenly God Mountain. That would start in a little over a year. Once Mrs. He had all the materials ready for Yi-chun, she escorted him back to the capital of the 10,000 Beasts domain. Finally, with the help of the teleportation star formation, he returned to the Supreme Divine Institute. Yi-chun only spent a little over 10 days from leaving the Supreme Divine Institute to venture into the 10,000 Beasts domain and then returning to the Institute. In all of these 10 days, many were even unaware that Yi-chun had taken a trip out, and that he had even ventured to another divine kingdom and experienced a grand battle between 2 great divine kingdoms. Once Yi-chun returned to the Supreme Divine Institute, he started to seriously contemplate how to utilize the final year before the trip to the Heavenly God Mountain to enhance his combat power once again. He spent an entire day researching various cultivation grounds of the Supreme Divine Institute and discussing with Xiaojiu, finally formulating a comprehensive cultivation plan. The Supreme Divine Institute consists of 18 star continents, 6 of which serve as living continents like the True God Continent and Divine King Continent. The remaining 12 are sealed continents designed for explorations of various relics and lands. The Slaughter Field. It is a notorious part of the 12 sealed continents. Here, based on combat power, the entire continent is divided into different zones. For example, True God Combat Power Battlefield, Lower, Middle, and Upper God King Combat Power Battlefields, Lower, Middle, and Upper Earth Divine Venerable Combat Power Battlefields, and even Lower, Middle, and Upper Heavenly Divine Venerable Combat Power Battlefields are present, as well as Immortal Divine Venerable and Sovereign Combat Power Battlefields. Every disciple and elder from the Supreme Divine Institute is allowed to enter the Slaughter Field to fight. What's more, the Slaughter Field is enveloped by a profoundly mysterious array crafted by the high-ranking sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute, allowing fighters to battle with all they have without fear of death. Once defeated, facing imminent death during combat, the Slaughter Field can instantly teleport the loser off the battle platform. In such circumstances, of course, Everyone who enters the slaughter field can truly bring all their combat power to the fight. And it is the battle between life and death that can stimulate countless potentials and insights within a martial artist. Therefore, this slaughter field, sealed continent, has also become the favorite destination among disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute. Yi Chen's cultivation plans started with engaging in countless fights within the slaughter field, especially using the Eternal God Body and Gourd Sword to accumulate combat insights. After enough battling, he would convert these insights into cultivation knowledge, immersing himself in practice, striving to continuously break through with the Eternal God Body and Gourd Sword. On the third day after returning to the Supreme Divine Institute, Yi Chen directly flew towards the slaughter field, sealed continent. Upon arriving at the slaughter field, sealed continent, Yi Chen found that the entire land was completely sealed off, with only a teleportation divine formation left outside of the continent. While Yi Chen observed the continent, countless figures of the Supreme Divine Institute's disciples and elders could be seen holding a special token, passing through the teleportation divine formation and flying into the slaughter field sealed continent. Yi Chen, however, did not immediately fly in but instead swiftly moved to a grand palace beside the teleportation divine formation. Inside the grand palace, a 5-star sovereign presided, with plenty of immortal divine venerable elders bustling about. When an immortal divine venerable elder saw Yi Chen enter, he approached and asked directly, "Is this your first time coming to the slaughter field?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, senior. I read in the Sex archives that to enter the slaughter field for combat, one must first exchange for a slaughter token here, which is why I've come." This immortal divine venerable elder nodded. Indeed, only by holding a slaughter token can one be teleported into the different combat zones within the slaughter field. Additionally, each battle in the slaughter field consumes slaughter points. These slaughter points can be exchanged with mission merit points. Of course, upon leaving the slaughter field, you can also come here to exchange your slaughter points back into mission merit points. Are you prepared with the merit points needed to exchange for the slaughter token and slaughter points? Yi Chen directly took out his disciple token and said to the immortal divine venerable elder, "Senior, I am prepared. I want to exchange for a slaughter token to enter the lower heavenly divine venerable slaughter field. I have 130,000 merit points. Deduct the cost of the slaughter token and exchange the rest for slaughter points." Yi Chen had already learned from the Sex archives that in any slaughter field combat, both parties decide on a slaughter point stake for the duel, with the victor directly winning the opponent's slaughter points. Without slaughter points in hand, one would even struggle to find a combatant. Previously, Yi Chen completed a level 5 mission of hunting for a thunder turtle egg, precisely holding 130,000 battle merit points as a reward, which could be used for battling in the slaughter field. When they heard Yi Chen wanted to enter the lower heavenly divine venerable slaughter field, the several immortal divine venerable elders in the hall were taken aback. Even the 5-star sovereign presiding over the grand palace was astonished. "Your realm is merely at the lower God King realm. Why not choose the God King combat power slaughter field to battle? But instead you wish to enter the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field? Could it be that you possess the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable?" The 130,000 battle merit points in Yi Chen's possession wouldn't surprise these elders. After all, though 130,000 points might be a lot for a divine king, it's merely the reward for a mission from an earth divine venerable, and is considered quite minimal for the heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field. But for Yi Chen, a lower god king, to claim he will fight in the heavenly divine venerable level slaughter field, this most certainly shocked the elders. Chapter 856 Endless Challenges. When the immortal divine venerable elder probed into Yi Chen's disciple token with his divine sense. "God King list number 7? You're that Yi Chen?" This immortal divine venerable elder apparently had heard Yi Chen's name before, and his gaze became more intense when he looked at Yi Chen again. "Yi Chen. He's that Yi Chen? The youth whom Lord Xuechen and the Northern Territory King pay attention to? The youth who got involved with the goddess Long Li? The youth who, just over a year since arriving at the Supreme Divine Institute, successfully broke through to the God King realm, even storming to the 7th rank on the God King list. At this time, there weren't many people coming to exchange for the slaughter token, and thus the rest of the elders, hearing Yi Chen's name, gathered around as well. Previously they had only glanced at Yi Chen casually, but this time, they were scrutinizing him carefully. To Yi Chen's surprise, even here in the slaughter-field sealed continent, there were still many who recognized him. It appeared that the reputations of Sovereign Xuechen, the Northern Territory King, and Long Li were indeed very resounding. Being associated with them, it was difficult not to attract attention. However, Yi Chen was already accustomed to such shock, and looking at these elders, he said with a smile, "Senior elders, I am indeed Yi Chen." Hearing Yi Chen admit his identity, everyone exclaimed in surprise once more. At this moment, the immortal divine venerable elder holding Yi Chen's disciple token took a deep breath, then looked at Yi Chen and said solemnly, "Yi Chen, it's indeed extraordinary that you managed to reach the 7th rank on the God King list within a little more than a year. You can be said to be an outstanding figure in the history of the Supreme Divine Institute. However, while your talent is high, the slaughter field is a test of combat power." Indeed, another elder spoke up. Although warriors in the top 10 of the God King list can have combat power comparable to ordinary heavenly divine venerables. But that's just comparable. Defeating an ordinary lower heavenly divine venerable is decidedly not easy. Especially here in the slaughter field, those who can enter the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field, which one doesn't have the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable? Not only are there many real lower heavenly divine venerables in there, but there are also many earth divine venerables with the combat strength of heavenly divine venerables who can fight across realms. Those earth divine venerables with the ability to cross realms are truly difficult to deal with. After all, they are also individuals with exceptional talent and the ability to fight across realms. More importantly, they are closer to the heavenly God realm compared to God Kings like you who can also fight across realms, giving them a much bigger advantage. Usually, there are God Kings from the top 10 of the God King list who enter the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field to fight, but most of them lose the majority of their matches with very few victories. Each battle their stakes slaughter points. Yi Chen, you only have 130,000 merit points. After deducting the 10,000 slaughter points cost for the slaughter token, you're left with only 120,000 slaughter points. If you lose a few matches, it's very likely that all these slaughter points will be gone in no time. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Yes, these slaughter points are all exchanged with mission merit points. Yi Chen, as a God King, it wasn't easy for you to obtain these merit points. It's better to use them to exchange for cultivation techniques and pills, rather than losing them all here. Such a waste. Even with Yi Chen's prominent reputation among God Kings, these elders did not have high hopes for him in the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field. They all believed he was bound to lose. After all, Yi Chen was going to be fighting against others with the same level of combat power here, and those opponents would certainly have a higher realm than him. Yi Chen also understood the kindness of these elders. The slaughter field is also a betting arena, where one stakes slaughter points. These elders were worried that he would waste all his slaughter points in no time, which Yi Chen also understood. However, Yi Chen came here to fight in order to accumulate more combat experience. Moreover, Yi Chen had confidence in his own combat power. Although he couldn't claim that he could defeat all the strong practitioners with lower heavenly divine venerable combat power, he was still confident that he could defeat the vast majority. More importantly, this was the Supreme Divine Institute. Where else could one find such a good fighting place as the slaughter field, facing so many disciples of the Divine Institute? Battle. He must fight here. Forget about the possibility of not losing all the slaughter points. Even if he did, Yi Chen was determined to test the abilities of the various powerhouses here. With that in mind, Yi Chen looked at the elders and spoke up. "Senior elders, I've decided to take a look at the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field." Seeing Yi Chen still persisting, the elders shook their heads and sighed. After the five-star sovereign sitting in the hall nodded in agreement, the immortal divine venerable elder exchanged the slaughter token and slaughter points for Yichun. As Yichun left the hall holding the slaughter token, the elders started talking among themselves again. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. It's all good. Let him go to the slaughter field and hit a wall. After he loses all these slaughter points, he might then cultivate more steadily. 120,000 slaughter points. Given the number of bets in the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field, I'm afraid he'll lose them all in less than half a day. Yichun was unaware that the elders were still discussing him. After leaving the hall, Yichun flew to the side of the teleportation divine formation of the slaughter field sealed continent. With the slaughter token in hand, Yichun's mind and spirit were stirring. Finally, I'm about to enter the slaughter field, lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field, where everyone possesses combat power at the level of lower heavenly divine venerable, just like me. Yichun's gaze was immediately drawn to the slaughter points within the slaughter token. Just exchanging for the slaughter token has already cost me 10,000 merit points. Only 120,000 slaughter points left for the fight. This amount, I'm afraid, would be considered little for those in the heavenly god divine venerable level slaughter field. I'll need to be frugal once inside. After muttering to himself, Yichun's gaze shifted toward the teleportation divine formation, and, along with the surrounding disciples from the Supreme Divine Institute who were continuously flying toward the teleportation divine formation, he instantly entered it. Noisy, deafening. This was Yichun's first impression upon entering the lower heavenly god divine venerable level combat power slaughter field. The moment he stepped into the teleportation divine formation, Yichun found himself on a huge light podium, and there were countless such podiums standing around him. Looking out from the podium, one could see a slaughter field that spanned tens of thousands of miles with hundreds of battle arenas within it. Around the entire slaughter field, numerous spectator platforms were also built. The ear-splitting noise was emanating from those spectator platforms. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yichun saw that there were at least tens of thousands of martial artists on those spectator platforms. So many people in just the lower heavenly god divine venerable level combat power slaughter field? Yichun was taken aback. Withdrawing his gaze, Yichun looked at the light podium he was standing on. Then, he directly saw two screens within the void of the light podium. One of the screens displayed the top 100 ranking of the combat win rates within this slaughter field. The so-called win rate is a ranking based on the number of wins minus the number of losses. The number 1 rank's achievements took Yichun by surprise. First place in the lower heavenly god divine venerable level combat power slaughter field. Biling Xiao, lower earth divine venerable disciple of the Supreme Divine Institute, 13,324 victories, 56 defeats. The person ranked first turned out to be a disciple of a lower earth divine venerable. Of course, Yichun wasn't too surprised since even he, a lower god king, could possess lower heavenly god divine venerable level combat power. It wouldn't be impossible for an earth divine venerable to have it either. What truly shocked Yichun was that Biling Xiao actually won over 13,000 bouts, losing only 56 times, making her net victories over 13,000, horrifyingly high. And, based on the name, she seemed to be a girl. A girl battled so many times. Could she be a battle maniac? Moreover, Yichun knew that this must not have been accumulated over a considerable period, because talents with cross-realm combat power like this would not stay in one combat level for long. Such a rapid accumulation of victories in such a short time reveals how formidable this person was. Yichun's gaze then moved on. It didn't take long for Yichun to finish reviewing the top 100 win rate rankings in the lower heavenly god divine venerable level combat power slaughter field. Yichun memorized the names of these people in his heart. Following that, Yichun looked toward the second screen. This screen displayed the status of everyone currently in the slaughter field. When Yichun looked toward this screen, a stream of divine light directly entered his mind. In an instant, Yichun understood the rules of fighting in this place. It turns out that by simply aligning one's slaughter token with the screen, one's information will also appear on it. And at the same time, one could be transported into the spectator seats of the slaughter field. If someone challenges you or you challenge someone and they agree, you can immediately set up a battle. When it's your turn, you can enter the slaughter arena and start the fight. Seeing this, Yi Chun no longer hesitated. He leaned his slaughter token toward the second screen. In an instant, Yi Chen's information appeared on the screen, and at the same time, it appeared in every martial artist's slaughter token in the slaughter field. Supreme Divine Institute Lower God King Disciple Yi Chun, 0 victories, 0 defeats, slaughter points, 120,000. Simultaneously, Yi Chen's entire being felt a buzzing sensation, and he was teleported from the light podium into the spectator seats of the slaughter field. Upon arriving at the spectator seats and getting a closer look at the slaughter arena ahead, the ear-splitting cheers were even more intense than what he felt earlier on the podium. At this moment, Yi Chen's slaughter token started vibrating continuously. When Yi Chen's divine sense looked into the slaughter token, his eyes widened. In just a moment, countless streams of divine light were sent into his slaughter token. These lights were from other martial artists who were challenging Yi Chun through their slaughter tokens. With a scan of his divine sense, Yi Chun discovered there were already more than 500 people challenging him, and the number was still increasing as he observed. Seeing the divine light jumping and increasing inside the slaughter token, Yi Chun chuckled to himself. It seems my arrival as a rookie to this slaughter field combat has turned me, a lower god king, into an attractive target for these people eager to earn slaughter points. Chapter 857-. The First Battle. Of course, it's a coveted opportunity. Indeed, while many enter the slaughter field, not many actually step into battle. After all, every battle wagered slaughter points, and without confidence, no one would easily choose to fight. But now, seeing Yi Chen's information appearing in the slaughter token, many people's eyes instantly lit up. A lower god king with 0 wins and 0 losses. This situation clearly indicated someone who had just exchanged for a slaughter token and come to the slaughter field for the first time. Such a person was, of course, the easiest to deal with, unlike those who frequently battle in the slaughter field, who are very cunning. Although it is known that anyone who can come here must have the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable. For a lower god king to possess the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable was indeed surprising. Moreover, many people in the arena had also heard of Yi Chen's name and deeds. But what of it? Those who entered the lower heavenly divine venerable slaughter field, didn't each of them possess the power of a lower heavenly divine venerable? Yi Chen's reputation could intimidate some true gods, divine kings, and some ordinary earth divine venerables, but it definitely couldn't scare them. In fact, many who knew of Yi Chen's identity harbored the thought of giving this youth, who became renowned upon arrival at the Supreme Divine Institute, a good lesson. Therefore, there was an overwhelming number of people challenging Yi Chen. Yi Chen watched the slaughter token vibrating continuously and emitting divine light, and he could not help but smile wryly. Within the slaughter token, there were 2 types of information. One was the information of martial artists challenging him, and the other was information of other martial artists in the slaughter field, whom he could choose to challenge. Yi Chen decided to pick an opponent from these challengers first. However, upon seeing the slaughter points wagered by these challengers, Yi Chen was astonished. He had a total of 120,000 slaughter points, and the majority of the hundreds challenging him were betting all 120,000 slaughter points in one go. Did these people want to win all his slaughter points in one fell swoop? Were they really that confident in defeating him? Yi Chen shook his head and chuckled. He didn't care about how many slaughter points were wagered. Yi Chen was more concerned about the strength of these challengers. Unexpectedly, although the number of challengers had increased to over 800 in a short while, the one with the highest win rate among them was a lower heavenly divine venerable named Hong Tu. This person had won over 1,000 battles, but had also lost over 900, leaving a net total of only over 200 victories, which clearly indicated he was not a particularly formidable character. And the win rates of the others were even worse. This made Yi Chen shake his head helplessly. Obviously, being a novice in the slaughter field meant that those attracted to challenge him were all bottom dwellers within the arena. Real powerhouses such as Bailing Xiaoxiao, who ranked in the top 100 for victories in the slaughter field, would disdain to challenge him. Even Bailing Xiaoxiao had set a basic requirement for those who wanted to challenge her: to hold at least 100 million slaughter points in their possession. And this was just a basic condition. Even with 100 million slaughter points, it was not guaranteed she would accept the challenge. If Yi Chun wanted to challenge a figure like Bailing Xiaoxiao, with his current reputation and the slaughter points he held in the slaughter field, he was far from qualified. It seems I need to build up my reputation first. Only by proving my strength will stronger experts challenge me. That way I can accumulate my slaughter points faster and choose to challenge better opponents actively. Since that's the case, let's pick this one. Yi Chen's divine sense surged out, rushing towards the challenge information in the slaughter token, and eventually, he accepted the challenge from the strongest challenger, Hong Tu. Hong Tu was a sturdy-looking lower heavenly divine venerable. The spectator area where he was seated was also filled with people, all of whom were roughly as powerful as Hong Tu. Almost all of these people also challenged Yi Chen. Once they issued a challenge, their gaze was glued to their own slaughter token, eager to see if they would be chosen by Yi Chen. When they saw Yi Chen choose to fight with Hong Tu, and their battle was queued up in the waiting line for the combat arena, all these people let out sounds of immense regret. What a pity, Brother Hong Tu has hit the jackpot. That lower god king Yi Chen has actually chosen to fight with Brother Hong Tu. Now, all of Yi Chen's 120,000 slaughter points will belong to Brother Hong Tu. These people sighed, feeling regretful that Yi Chen hadn't chosen them. In their eyes, a rookie like Yi Chen who was visiting the slaughter field for the first time was simply there to give away slaughter points. Such a pity they missed the chance to make an easy fortune. At this moment, Hong Tu, the lower heavenly divine venerable selected by Yi Chen for a slaughter battle, was laughing heartily, brimming with pride. Your achievements are not as good as mine. That's why you weren't caught in Yi Chen's eyes. I actually thought that little lad didn't dare to pick me, but it turns out he does have some guts. Hearing what Hong Tu said, the others were even more disgruntled. Yi Chen sure is arrogant but useless, looking down on us? Which one of us hasn't won hundreds of battles in the slaughter field? Brother Hong Tu, you too have fought many times as a lower heavenly divine venerable. If you can't take down this junior god king within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, you'll be disgracing yourself. Hong Tu lifted his head. The time of an incense stick? That's underestimating me too much. Although this junior god king has exceptional combat power beyond his realm, he is after all a rookie here at the slaughter field. Just wait and see. I'll defeat this junior god king within 10 moves. As he spoke, Hong Tu was already warming up his fists and palms, eager for the fight. Yi Chen was unaware that his selection had sparked such disdain and regret among many others. At this time, while observing battles on various slaughter arenas, he also awaited the start of his own fight. A battle at the center of the several hundred slaughter arenas directly captured Yi Chen's attention. Being assigned to fight at the central slaughter arena clearly indicated the strength of the two combatants. And when Yi Chen looked at the battle information of the two fighters through the slaughter token, he was even more taken aback. The two people currently fighting in the central slaughter arena were indeed ranked among the top 100 in win rate throughout the entire slaughter field. It was a battle between the 23rd and the 25th ranked combatants. Furthermore, the slaughter points at stake in this battle also shocked Yi Chen, as the two had bet a staggering 10 million slaughter points on this fight. 10 million slaughter points. That's nearly 100 times more than all the slaughter points Yi Chen currently possessed. Just these slaughter points alone would probably require the completion of dozens of level 5 missions to exchange for. Of course, while these slaughter points seemed like a lot to Yi Chen, they weren't much for the two fighting. Being ranked within the top 30 in win rate, these two had obviously won many battles and many slaughter points in the field, and Yi Chen noticed that the remaining slaughter points behind both their names were still in the hundreds of millions. Comparing with others can be infuriating. If I accumulated hundreds of millions of slaughter points, I reckon with those exchanged into mission merit points, I could definitely trade for many precious pill divine weapons or even mysterious heavenly divine arts outside. The battle of these two combatants also greatly impressed Yi Chun. As expected of individuals who were ranked within the top 30 in win rate, observing just their fighting skills and skill and divine skills gave Yi Chun many insights. However, the battle was extremely tense, and before Yi Chun could finish watching, over 100 battles had concluded across the other slaughter arenas, and finally, it was his turn to enter the arena. Yi Chun immediately leaped into action and flew towards slaughter arena number 564 located on the periphery of the field, as designated to him. Haha! It's my turn to compete. Watch me take down this fight in 10 moves. On the other side, after laughing heartily next to the people around him, Hong Tu also flew out from the spectator platform towards slaughter arena number 564. In an instant, both of them were standing ready on the slaughter arena. Chapter 858 Win. 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 This slaughter arena spans 10,000 feet in diameter. What's more special is that both the platform of the slaughter arena and its surroundings are placed under intense prohibitions by the sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute. Once the battle begins between the two challengers in the slaughter arena, neither can flee beyond the 10,000 feet boundary. They must fight within this confined circle. The prohibitions are only lifted when one is defeated and eliminated from the slaughter arena. For a martial artist with the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable, a true fight could traverse tens of thousands of miles in an instant. However, being confined to fight within this small circle of 10,000 feet, it evidently makes even dodging difficult, forcing them to engage fiercely with every move. Unable to evade freely across a large area, the victory or defeat can be determined quickly if there is significant difference in strength. Upon stepping into the slaughter arena, the lower heavenly divine venerable Hong Tu looked at Yi Chun and arrogantly said, Yi Chun, for a lower god king like you to enter a combat area of lower heavenly divine venerable strength is indeed impressive. But alas, you're unlucky to face me. I have fought here for days that likely outnumber your days of cultivation. With just 10 moves, I will have you eliminated from the slaughter arena. Hearing Hong Tu's words, Yi Chun scoffed, Strength is not determined by mere words. Enough nonsense, make your move. Don't waste my time. Joking. Yi Chun, due to having too few slaughter points, couldn't meet the challenge requirements of those highly ranked individuals and could only choose opponents among those who challenged him actively. Yi Chun was by no means concerned about this Hong Tu. It's not that he could defeat all individuals with the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable, but he was quite confident in defeating the vast majority. Facing some like Hong Tu, who ranks at the lower echelons among those with the power of lower heavenly divine venerable, Yi Chun certainly felt no pressure. Hong Tu looked down on him. He equally didn't take Hong Tu seriously. In Yi Chun's eyes, these individuals were merely there to help him accumulate slaughter points. Hong Tu initially intended to boast at length before defeating Yi Chun within 10 moves, but he was curtly interrupted by Yi Chun right after speaking one sentence. Upon hearing Yi Chun tell him to make a move and not waste time, Hong Tu was instantly furious. Me fighting with you and speaking a few more words is wasting your time? You, this young lad, even more arrogant than me. I want to see, after winning all your slaughter points and rendering you unable to fight, how you will waste time then. Amidst these thoughts, with fury surging within him, Hong Tu, with divine power wildly active, wielded a divine saber shining with divine light and struck at Yi Chun. Although Yi Chun didn't concern himself with Hong Tu, when it truly came to battle, he was utterly serious no matter who the opponent. Sensing the killing force from Hong Tu, Yi Chun instantaneously dodged, and in the next moment, he grabbed, taking hold of Hong Tu's fierce fire treasure saber. Following that, with Tai divine power combined with the power of the eternal god body enhancing his palm, Yi Chun tightly clamped Hong Tu's fierce fire treasure saber, rendering it immobile. This instantly caused Hong Tu's complexion to drastically change. Hong Tu did not expect Yi Chun's strength to be so formidable, clearly surpassing his own. For a lower god king to reach the combat power level of a lower heavenly divine venerable was already terrifying. Now it seems this lower god king not only reached but seemed to belong to the powerful within this tier. At this time, even though Yi Chun and Hong Tu were at the edge of the slaughter arena, the looks toward them were sparse. But Hong Tu knew many people in his circle were definitely watching him. Just with one move being controlled by Yi Chun this disgraceful event, how could Hong Tu accept it? With a thought, 3 cold light flying knives, divine artifacts from his cultivated mysterious heavenly divine artifact, flew out from within him towards Yi Chun, who was clamping his divine saber. Withdraw your hand. At the same time, Hong Tu also bellowed. Withdraw. Yi Chun smiled slightly. Then as you wish, I'll release your divine saber and end this fight. Boom! 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 In a flash, Yi Chun's body emitted an intensely bright divine light, which directly repelled the 3 cold light flying knives attacking him backward. Simultaneously, a tremendous surge of strength whirled from Yi Chun's wrist, passing through the saber and striking right into Hong Tu. With a loud bang, Hong Tu along with his saber were thrown backward and finally slammed against the slaughter arena's prohibition light cover. This impact even directly eliminated Hong Tu from the competition. Boom! Divine light flickered. Merely within 2 moves, only Yi Chun remained standing on the slaughter arena, while Hong Tu was directly transported to the defeated area. Seeing himself transferred to the defeated area, Hong Tu's face turned pale instantly, and it took him a long while to regain his senses. He felt so ashamed that he dared not return to his previous watching spot, worried that those around him might scoff. After securing the treasure, Hong Tu immediately lowered his head and flew out of the slaughter field. Meanwhile, in the watching area where Hong Tu had been, those martial artists who also challenged Yi Chun but were not selected by him were no longer concerned about whether Hong Tu left or not, as each of them stood agape. After they took to the field with Hong Tu, they were all focused on the slaughter arena where Hong Tu was battling Yi Chun. What none of them expected was that Hong Tu didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of Yi Chun. This Yi Chun, who they previously looked down on as a mere newcomer, turned out to be so strong. Thinking back to how regretful they felt for not being chosen by Yi Chun before, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Luckily, Yi Chun didn't choose to engage in slaughter battles with them. Otherwise, those who would have lost and forfeited their slaughter points would have been them. In the slaughter arena, after finishing the battle, Yi Chun saw that the slaughter points within his slaughter token had increased from 120,000 to 240,000 points. The agreed-upon slaughter points from his victory over Hong Tu were transferred directly into Yi Chun's slaughter token. Doubling the slaughter points in one go, Yi Chun also felt somewhat joyful in his heart. It seems that earning slaughter points in the slaughter field is easier than doing tasks outside. Fortunately, no one else in the slaughter field heard Yi Chun's reflections. Otherwise, many would have vomited blood. Yi Chun found it easy to earn slaughter points because he was strong enough. For many people who enter the slaughter field, they often return with severe losses. After all, if someone wins, then someone surely loses. 240,000 slaughter points, compared to those people who usually have around hundreds of millions at the top of the slaughter victories leaderboard, it's still too little. Let's keep fighting and keep winning slaughter points. Yi Chun stood on the slaughter arena, openly making his challenge available again, ready to accept more challenges from others. By then, the information on Yi Chun's slaughter token had changed to 1 win, 0 losses, and a total of 240,000 slaughter points. Rules of the slaughter arena. The winner of the fight can choose to continue fighting or leave the arena. Most people after a fight, either due to heavy exhaustion or many insights to ponder, leave the slaughter arena. People like Yi Chun who choose continuous fighting are quite rare. When Yi Chun made his challenge available, although Hong Tu was defeated by him, many still continued to challenge Yi Chun. After all, a record of 1 win and 0 losses still appeared, in many people's eyes, as an easy target. The second person to agree to fight was a female martial artist who had won 1,200 fights and lost over 800, with a net win of over 400 battles. This time, the slaughter points at stake in their deathly duel rose to 240,000 points. The subsequent battle, however, did not have much of an upset. In less than the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, Yi Chun directly eliminated this female martial artist as well. Yi Chun's slaughter points had become 480,000, and his record had changed to 2 wins and 0 losses. These two battles were of lower tier and did not cause much depletion to Yi Chun. Under the practice of Tai Divine Power, Yi Chen's divine force recovery ability was astonishing, and he only breathed a few moments before all the depletion was completely restored. Also, the two battles did not provide much benefit in terms of combat insights for Yi Chun. Yi Chun stood directly on the arena and once again made the slaughter challenge available. The following battles can be described as completely one-sided. The third battle bet 400,000 slaughter points, win. The fourth battle bet 400,000 slaughter points, win. The fifth battle bet 600,000 slaughter points, win. After going through 29 consecutive fights, although later many people were reluctant to bet too many slaughter points after seeing Yi Chen's series of victories. Nevertheless, after 29 battles, the slaughter points accumulated in Yi Chen's slaughter token reached 18 million points, and Yi Chen's record had become an astonishingly unbelievable 29 wins, 0 losses. Although such a record, compared to some at the top of the slaughter field ranking who have won over 10,000 battles, isn't too outstanding. But winning 29 in a row has also drawn attention from a large group of people. Suddenly, the strength and numbers of those challenging Yi Chen surged dramatically. But the results of the following fights were still win. 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 When Yi Chen's record reached 103 wins and 0 losses, Yi Chen's slaughter points had also accumulated to 98 million points. This time, even those ranked within the top 100 in the overall slaughter field win rate took notice of Yi Chen. Winning 1 or 2 battles doesn't mean much. Even winning a dozen or 20 to 30 battles also doesn't count for much. But winning over 100 in a row without a single loss. This definitely catches the attention of countless people. This obviously indicates that the person who keeps winning has a strength far surpassing a large portion of those lower, heavenly divine venerable level fighters. In this situation, many powerful people naturally feel tempted and want to fight with Yi Chun to stop his winning streak. When Yi Chun made the challenge available, even a martial artist ranked 93rd in the slaughter field win rate initiated a challenge against Yi Chun. Chapter 859 - Just seeking one defeat. When Yi Chun saw that the martial artist ranked 93rd was a Middle-earth god, a flash of brilliance gleamed in his eyes. Finally, a genius capable of fighting across realms has challenged me. What is a cross-realm battle? In the cultivation of martial arts, great power holders determine a range of combat power values for the majority of people in each realm. For example, for the True God realm, the combat power range for the vast majority of true gods is defined as true god level combat power. However, the realm does not determine actual combat power. The same true gods, those with exceptional talents, can comprehend stronger cultivation techniques and divine skills. Even though they are also in the true god realm, their combat power surpasses that of most true gods and can match some divine kings and even divine venerables. Such people are the ones capable of cross-realm combat. All disciples who enter the Supreme Divine Institute are extraordinarily talented. But the higher the realm, the fewer the number who can fight across realms. Almost all disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute are stronger than the vast majority of true gods in the entire Divine Kingdom when they are in the True God realm, and the same goes when they are in the Divine King realm. Nearly all are capable of fighting across realms. However, when reaching the Divine Venerable realm like Earth Divine Venerable, Heavenly Divine Venerable, and Immortal Divine Venerable, compared to the Divine Venerables of other forces within the Divine Kingdom, the disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute do not have much of an advantage anymore. Those who can fight across realms become even rarer. After all, even geniuses exhaust their potential in the later stages, and it is not possible for them to always fight across realms. If someone can exceed the combat power range of most people at every realm level, then they are definitely true geniuses. And the higher the realm they reach while still capable of fighting across realms, the more they stand out as geniuses among geniuses. Those Yi Chun previously fought were all lower heavenly divine venerables, and their combat power also remained at the level of lower heavenly divine venerables. Such people are considered ordinary among heavenly divine venerables, their potential already exhausted, not counting as any real opponents. But now, this person challenging Yi Chun is just a Middle-earth god. Yet he possesses the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable. Clearly, a martial artist who can fight across realms must hold many powerful trump cards. Such an opponent naturally piqued Yi Chen's interest instantly. Yi Chen immediately agreed to this person's challenge. Boom! The next moment, this martial artist ranked 93rd in the Slaughterfield's win rate soared onto the arena where Yi Chen stood. This was a young man adorned in brocade robes, who nodded towards Yi Chen, then stretched out his hand and a black spear appeared in his palm. The young man in brocade robes then spoke to Yi Chen. 103 victories, 0 defeats. Yi Chen, you're incredible. A lower divine king possessing the combat power of a lower heavenly divine venerable. Your talent far exceeds mine. However, I will not harbor the slightest fear in this battle. After all, the current fight is not about innate talent, but our current combat power situation. Both of us hold lower heavenly divine venerable level combat power, so let's see who is stronger. The young man in brocade robes spoke politely, and Yi Chen responded with a courteous smile. My fellow cultivator, there's no need for reservations. Let's reveal our true abilities in combat. I intend to win over these 5 million slaughter points through this wager. This slaughter duel, set at a stake of 5 million slaughter points by this Middle-earth god, was accepted by Yi Chen. A fight worth 5 million slaughter points. In the entire lower heavenly divine venerable level slaughter field, it definitely counts as astonishing. Even those ranked in the top 30 usually fight wagers around 10 million points per match. It is only someone like Bailing Xiaoxiao, ranked first in victory rate in the slaughter field, who dares to set a wager of 100 million points for a single match. This is also understandable. After all, those who rank in the front have several billion slaughter points on them. But they do not dare to claim they will win every match, and in such cases they certainly won't gamble away all their slaughter points in one go. Several million to about 10 million points for a wager is still an acceptable level for them. Based on the 5 million points wager of this match with Yi Chen and involving someone ranked in the top 100 in the slaughter field win rate, the battle could have been held on a central slaughter arena. However, since Yi Chen had never left the arena, the two of them were still going to fight on the arena at the edge. But even on the edge, this battle still attracted the attention of most of the observers in the slaughter field. Everyone wanted to see who would win this lavish bet of 5 million slaughter points. Is it Yi Chen with a streak of 103 victories without a single defeat? Or the young man in brocade robes, ranked 93rd in the slaughter field's win rate? Battles that engage characters from the top 100 truly test one's mettle. Those who challenged Yi Chen before were not too strong. If Yi Chen can defeat someone ranked 93rd, that would be fearsome. Someone voiced their opinion. Amidst these discussions, Yi Chen and the young man in brocade robes on the slaughter arena had already made their moves. The young man in brocade robes, true to his reputation of winning over 1,000 clean victories, was formidable. His attack speed was more than thrice as fast as those of the lower heavenly divine venerables Yi Chen had previously fought. In one move, he even utilized 3 different mysterious heavenly divine artifacts. The first mysterious heavenly divine artifact was shaped like a bell. With a light shake, the bell flew into the void, and at the same time, a terrifying deathly sound enveloped Yi Chen. The second mysterious heavenly divine artifact unleashed by the young man's attack was a string of snow-white beads. As the snow-white beads spun, the entire slaughter arena was engulfed in extreme cold, as if even the air had been sealed in ice. And the final mysterious heavenly divine artifact the robed youth attacked with was the same black spear he had previously summoned. The first 2 mysterious heavenly divine artifacts were only ordinary mid-tier mysterious heavenly divine artifacts. But this black spear had reached the quality of a superior mysterious heavenly divine artifact. The joint attack of the 3 mysterious heavenly divine artifacts included a sonic attack, an ice seal attack, and even a lethal attack bound to his life essence. In the blink of an eye, they had reached just in front of Yi Chen. This time, Yi Chen didn't just mobilize the eternal god body and a portion of the gourd sword flying swords. Yi Chen suddenly started maneuvering all 52 flying swords within the gourd sword that he could control. In an instant, the entire slaughter arena became a terrifying battlefield. The 52 flying swords Yi Chun commanded turned into thousands of sword lights in the blink of an eye, shattering all the frostbound power directed at him instantly. Moreover, the Bell mysterious heavenly divine artifact's sonic attack didn't have the slightest effect on Yi Chun, who was completely enveloped by the Tai divine power. Amidst the wild tremors of the Tai divine power, Yi Chun, driving not only his life-bound flying sword Crimson Fire, but also the illusory 1,000 sword lights of the 52 flying swords, directly attacked the robed youth's black spear. Boom! 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 In a flash, the void above the vast arena burst into fragments. Astonishing divine lights flickered as if ready to tear apart heaven and earth. It's only because the sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute personally forged this slaughter arena that a heavenly divine venerable level battle couldn't affect the arena in the slightest. If this happened on a normal continent of the Star Continent, such an assault would probably have torn the continent apart with earth-shattering force. Bang! 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 In the midst of the crazy explosions, Yi Chun's 52 flying swords sent the robed youth and his black spear flying backwards. This caused the robed youth's complexion to change. With the surge of divine power in an instant, the youth stabilized his retreating form and seized the bell and the snowy pearl mysterious heavenly divine artifacts he had previously summoned back to himself. At the same time, divine power vibrated in his hands, and the black spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a blood-red color. Clearly, the robed youth knew that ordinary treasures were no match for Yi Chun and decided to bring out his truly powerful methods. When the black spear turned to blood color, Yi Chun felt that the killing force emanating from the robed youth seemed to have increased dramatically. Even more terrifying was that a series of spear shadows layered upon one another, finally converging into a shocking bloodlight that directly aimed murderously at Yi Chun. Confronted with such a terrifying attack, Yi Chun could definitely defeat the robed youth if he deployed the small portion of the blue extreme ice flame that he could control. However, Yi Chun didn't plan to reveal his trump card under the watchful eyes of the public. With a shift of his mind and spirit, the 52 flying swords returned to Yi Chun's side, and with a pinch of the spell in his hand, these swords transformed into a revolving flying sword storm with dual directions. This was none other than the mysterious spirit 1,000 sword skills that corresponded to the exquisite mysterious heavenly divine artifact, Gourd Sword, the powerful move known as 1,000 Extremes 2 Lines. Even though Yi Chun was currently unable to maneuver all of the flying swords from the Gourd Sword, the 52 swords alone, under the surge of 1,000 Extremes 2 Lines, turned into a twirling flying sword storm that completely annihilated the earth-shattering bloodlight created by the robed youth's spear. The swords vibrated once more, sending the robed youth flying backwards again. The robed youth had not anticipated Yi Chun's moves to be so formidable. Gritting his teeth, he waved his spear transformed into a blood color and unleashed a sky-full barrage of spear shadows once more towards Yi Chun. And Yi Chun's flying sword storm continued to clash with the sky-full barrage of spear shadows. The entire slaughter arena instantly turned into a sea of sword glimmers and spear shadows. Only after hundreds of moves, and the deployment of the mysterious Spirit 1,000 sword skill's second killer move, 1,000 Extremes Yin Yang Slash, transforming the 52 swords into a formidable Yin and Yang dual-colored black light that devoured everything, did Yi Chun finally completely defeat the robed youth. Once the robed youth was defeated and transported out of the slaughter arena, Yi Chun also began to gasp for breath. This battle had cost Yi Chun a lot. Of course, Yi Chun's gains were similarly immense. The confrontation with the robed youth and his spear skills also allowed Yi Chun to gain many insights into his own swordsmanship. Yi Chun was catching his breath, but at this moment, the viewing area outside was completely going wild. 104 victories. Now, Yi Chun had defeated even the Martial Master ranked 93rd in terms of victory rates in the slaughter field, directly securing 104 wins. And Yi Chun's slaughter points had also accumulated to an astonishing 103 million points. 104 wins. Slaughter points skyrocketed from 120,000 to 103 million. This Yi Chun is just too powerful. Even those at the very top ranks of victory rates in the slaughter field, Aside from a few people like Bailing Xiao, no one else has been able to achieve more than 100 consecutive victories. And these 100 battles, he fought continuously without rest, without any time to recuperate. This is a legend of the lower, heavenly divine venerable combat strength in the slaughter field. I wonder if Yi Chun will fight again, or if he will continue to extend his legendary streak of victories? Numerous viewers were looking at the slaughter arena with excited hearts and spirits. However, at this moment, everyone saw Yi Chun flying down from the slaughter arena. Is Yi Chun not going to fight anymore today? As numerous people exclaimed, someone suddenly said, "Look at the slaughter token. Yi Chun has set his challenge rules, and he's not allowing just anyone to challenge him like before." Hearing this, everyone turned their divine sense towards their own slaughter tokens to look at the name that belonged to Yi Chun. And then, everyone saw a new set of challenge rules appear after Yi Chun's name. Today's battle was fought, and no opponent was met. A month later, come and challenge again. 50 million slaughter points per match, seeking only defeat. Who dares to fight? A month from now, feel free to come and battle. Chapter 860- Aftermath. 50 million slaughter points per match, aiming for nothing but defeat. Who dares to battle? A month from now, just come and fight. The challenge rules left behind by Yi Chun on the slaughter token triggered huge waves throughout the lower heavenly divine venerables combat power slaughter field. Heaven. 50 million slaughter points for one match, and to challenge this Yi Chun it costs 50 million slaughter points for a single fight? Is Yi Chun this arrogant? Confident enough to bet so much, certain he can win? And he said he's only seeking defeat? Though he has won 104 consecutive matches, which indeed is a legend, the most formidable opponent he has faced is only ranked 93rd in victory rate. Such arrogance in laying down these challenge rules, those ranked higher must be dissatisfied and definitely want to teach him a harsh lesson. A month from now, many experts will probably gather at the slaughter field. The entire slaughter field was buzzing with discussions. Yi Chun, who had just stepped down from the slaughter arena, also heard these discussions, slightly smiled without paying attention, and directly flew towards the exterior of the slaughter field. Yi Chun clearly understood that the challenge rules he had set, seemingly very arrogant, would surely attract countless people's attention, causing many true strong fighters to want to slap his face. Actually, Yi Chun did this on purpose. Only by doing this would it be possible to get those ranked highest in the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field to all gather at the slaughter field a month later. This battle also revealed to Yi Chun that the truly top-ranked individuals were not in the slaughter field. Only such a gimmick could attract them all. Yi Chun couldn't remain and keep slowly battling with those ranked in the 90s and 80s. This time withdrawing, on one hand, was because after over 100 consecutive battles, he had accumulated a lot of combat insight that needed to be digested. On the other hand, from fighting, Yi Chun also knew his techniques needed further enhancement to truly face those top-ranked in victory rate. Leaving a month's time was just perfect for cultivation. Also, it was perfect for letting this event ferment, drawing in more attention. Let's see how many strong fighters will come after a month? Hope those characters whose victory rates rank in the top few would all come to the slaughter field to properly measure their strength against him. Yi Chun's eyes were bright, filled with anticipation. When Yi Chun flew out of the slaughter field and returned to the teleportation divine formation outside the slaughter field sealed continent, to Yi Chun's surprise, the two immortal divine venerable elders he had previously met in the hall when exchanging the slaughter token were waiting outside. The faces of these two immortal divine venerable elders still showed shock. How could they not be shocked? Let alone these two immortal divine venerable elders. All the immortal divine venerable elders in the hall along with that 5-star sovereign seated in the hall were all astonished. Previously, when Yi Chun exchanged the slaughter token, they all advised Yi Chun not to enter the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field, to prevent losing all his slaughter points. When Yi Chun insisted on entering the slaughter field, they were even more certain that Yi Chun would not last long and would lose all his slaughter points. As the elders responsible for the slaughter field, they could see everything happening inside the slaughter field through the scenes displayed in the hall. Once Yi-Chun entered the lower heavenly divine venerable combat power slaughter field, they focused their attention on this arena. Resultingly, Yi-Chun's performance in the slaughter arena shocked everyone. 104 consecutive victories. Once stationed in the slaughter arena, he never stepped down, directly achieving 104 consecutive victories. And his slaughter points, moreover, from a previously pitiful 12 million, jumped to now 103 million. This speed of earning slaughter points is nothing short of legendary. In utter astonishment, upon seeing Yi-Chun about to leave the slaughter field, the elders responsible for the slaughter field came out to welcome Yi-Chun. On one hand, they wanted to ask Yi-Chun how he planned to manage the slaughter points, and on the other hand, they also wanted to apologize for their previous underestimation of Yi-Chun. At this moment, these elders already knew Yi-Chun was not just a god king capable of crossing realms in battle, but at his own level of combat power, he belonged among the genuinely powerful. Yi-Chun, we previously said you would lose all your slaughter points, but unexpectedly, you suddenly won over 100 million slaughter points. This time, we were all mistaken, truly embarrassing. The two elders bowed fists to Yi-Chun and sincerely said. Yi-Chun quickly returned the gesture with a fist bow. Elders, please don't flatter this junior too much. This battle didn't involve any real strong opponents. It counts for nothing. Seeing Yi-Chun not becoming arrogant despite 104 consecutive wins, both elders smiled and nodded. Both asked Yi-Chun. Slaughter points can be exchanged back into mission merit points. Yi-Chun, do you want to exchange your slaughter points? After switching to mission merit points, you can go to the Divine Weapon Pavilion and Divine Elixir Pavilion in the Supreme Divine Institute to exchange all sorts of precious things. 100 million merit points is enough to exchange for many precious treasures. Yi-Chun smiled. I will exchange 10 million slaughter points into mission merit points then. Exchanging so little? Both elders were somewhat surprised. Even if you exchange them all, any merit points left unused can later be exchanged back into slaughter points after returning to the slaughter field. However, Yi-Chun shook his head, his gaze revealing a confident expression. Just these few slaughter points, exchanging them back and forth is too troublesome. Wait until I accumulate over 1 billion slaughter points. Then I will make an exchange. Accumulate to 1 billion slaughter points? The two elders exchanged glances, once again astonished by Yi-Chun's confidence. In the end, Yi-Chun, carrying the slaughter token, along with 93 million slaughter points and 10 million merit points, left the slaughter field. Afterwards, Yi-Chun directly returned to the cave dwelling left to him by Long Li on the God King living continent, beginning to comprehend combat insights from 104 battles. While Yi-Chun was contemplating combat insights in the cave dwelling, his performance in the slaughter field, and the final challenge rules he had left spread throughout the Supreme Divine Institute's lower, Heavenly Divine Venerable Martial Artists. Earth Divine Venerable Living Continent, Heavenly Divine Venerable Living Continent. Many were discussing this matter. In a secluded cave dwelling, a white-robed youth saw a letter in his hand, frowned and muttered, A lower god king dares to utter such boastful words? Claiming to seek only defeat. The white-robed youth grabbed the letter, and with a boom, the letter was instantly burned to ashes by a divine flame. Even I, Bai Chun, ranked second in combat victory rate in the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable Slaughter Field, would not dare say seeking only defeat. Yet, a mere lower god king dares to be so arrogant. This lower god king, I heard he's the youth extremely close to Long Li. In that case, let him know a month from now that 104 consecutive victories, 103 million slaughter points are nothing in the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable Combat Arena. Not only Bai Chun was annoyed by Yi-Chun's arrogant words. The top 20 ranked in the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable Slaughter Field victory rates, upon hearing the news about Yi-Chun, became eager to challenge him. Seeking only defeat? This kid is indeed quite arrogant. Then a month later, I will grant him that defeat. In a cave dwelling on the Earth Divine Venerable Living Continent, 3 women were seated and chatting. One woman in green clothes looked at another woman in white clothes and said with a smile, Xiao Xiao, your lower Heavenly Divine Venerable Combat Arena has some big news. I heard that the youth related to Longli, Yi-chun, has entered the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable Combat Arena, achieving 104 consecutive victories, claiming to have met no match and seeking only defeat. Another woman in yellow clothes also smiled. These words, even Xiao Xiao as the top ranked in the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable Combat Arena, would not dare to say. This Yi-chun is really bold. Hearing the laughter of the two women, the woman in white clothes also smiled gently. Yi-chan said such, he must want all the strong ones to challenge him, so he can meet all the strong martial artists at the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable level. Listening to that tone, Xiao Xiao, do you also want to test your strength against Yi-chan? The woman in green clothes teased the woman in white. This woman in white, if seen by others from the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable Combat Arena, would definitely recognize her as Bailing Xiao Xiao, the top-ranked in victory rate. Bailing Xiao Xiao shook her head upon hearing the green-clothed woman's words. It has been a long while since I last fought. Although Yi-chun has been surrounded by miraculous rumors since coming to the Supreme Divine Institute, it's still too soon for me to personally act. Let's wait until no one ahead of the rankings can defeat him. Then I will make a move. Yi-chen's actions in the slaughter field not only stirred up numerous lower Heavenly Divine Venerable level characters, but even some immortal Divine Venerables and Sovereigns were alarmed. The next day after Yi-chan returned to the cave dwelling to comprehend combat insights, Divine Venerable Mengyu, ranked first in the entire Divine Venerable list, visited Yi-chen's cave dwelling to find him. Yi-chun did not expect Divine Venerable Mengyu to seek him out. Seeing Divine Venerable Mengyu outside the cave dwelling asking to meet, Yi-chun quickly welcomed her. Predecessor Mengyu, what brings you here? Divine Venerable Mengyu smiled gently. Yi-chun, you have caused such a stir in the slaughter field. I have heard about it. Yi-chun smiled and shook his head. Such a small matter. How can it compare to Predecessor Mengyu? Even the mightiest in the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable slaughter field is just at the Heavenly Divine Venerable level, not even close to a middle Heavenly Divine Venerable. Predecessor Mengyu is ranked first amongst all the Divine Venerables in the 9 Great God Institutes. Countless immortal Divine Venerables are no match for you. Hearing Yi-chen's response, Divine Venerable Mengyu waved her hand amicably. She looked at Yi-chun with concern and asked, I heard you've set a gamble of 50 million slaughter points per challenge in a month. How confident are you to win against all challengers? Yi-chun shook his head. To say I have 90% confidence is possible, but to say confidence to defeat everyone might be a bit premature. Yi-chun plans to not use the blue extreme ice flame in the slaughter field, which would significantly reduce his combat power. With his current other skills, it truly is unlikely to sweep across all figures at the lower Heavenly Divine Venerable level. Lacking confidence yet you left such rules, isn't this just provoking others and inviting them to challenge you? Teased Divine Venerable Mengyu with a laugh. Yi-chun also smiled. If not done this way, those ranked ahead wouldn't pay attention to a minor figure like me.